Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Yeah,
I'm good. I'm glad he's not being ostracized. I'm glad he's not being picked on. I'm glad he's one of the cool kids. I'm glad he's one of the smart kids. I'm glad he's one of the good-looking kids. He's a lucky guy.
Yeah. Do you have any?
He's nice to everybody, though. He's not mean to people. He's a good guy.
Does he still call breasts melons? Is that still something, or did he grow out of that? I like that story. So, do you ever give little Danny, any advice on the ladies, or like what do you say? Because I know
wrap it before you tap it.
Okay, right.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Welcome to the... Who's already hitting stuff? Jesus. Welcome to the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Tuesday, October 24th, 2023. I'm back. And just to let you guys know, I posted it on Facebook. I'll let you guys. It actually is on my screen right now. Can you guys see it?
No, not yet. We're a little...
No, I'm talking about the screen behind me, the monitor screen, you dildos. Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry, Hank. Welcome back. So I don't want to, because I just gotta let you know, man. Everybody that listens to the show, for the most part, people that participate on the show, people that listen to the show, like everybody's just wired to engage. Like everybody just wants to engage. Very few people are happy. Or like everybody just wants to engage. So I knew that if I didn't show that I was, COVID free, then there'd be a certain amount of people that said, "Oh, you're putting your workers at risk," and blah blah blah. Well, so I wanted. Everybody's mics are on, right? Yeah.
Yes. Andre 25 on the Cash App.
So, it's tough for me to listen to the show when I'm not hosting. It's just really tough. It's tough. I was texting Dan some stuff yesterday, I was trying to get my stuff in. I was trying to rudder the show, and I can't because it'd be like if we were an offshore boat team, Dan and you and Anna are driving. Well, I want to show you how to drive, but I'm on shore.
Right. Wired, hey, left here.
I can't really get a hold of you. Really, I can't and we don't have any, ship to shore radios where I can go into your headset.
You're flagging it.
Yeah, I'm trying. So I feel like I'm
from the beach.
Controlless. Oh, by the way, Dan, I did see this, and you can tell me if this is I think it's an extraordinary amount, but because I was sick for so long, or because I was pretty much down since Friday night, I've watched a lot of TV.
Okay. That's the one thing that's good about COVID.
Yeah.
You get to catch up on your binge watching.
There's this thing on Netflix where this chick, and they documented it, and there's footage of her catching a 75.5 foot wave.
Holy
Oh,
cow.
come on,
Oh, I
really?
think I've seen that.
Dan,
That's awesome.
I mean, is that not like what's the biggest wave that you and Jay have ever seen, let alone caught?
Oh, I've seen like 25, 30-foot waves before.
No, but
I've
not-
never caught one.
No. Okay, you've only seen 30-foot
They were
waves.
scary. I saw someone catching like a 25-foot wave. It was the most frightening thing I've ever
Now
seen.
triple that.
Yeah,
No, for real,
I
triple
know,
that.
I know the big wave surfing. It's
Will it kill you?
petrifying.
Will it kill you?
Oh yeah, those people die. The people that do it all the time, the people that have the special equipment, that are used to it,
They
that
get
are
jet ski out
incredible, they
Yeah.
still die.
So you're saying even the most pros of pros
Yep.
that have all the best equipment to help them not die,
And they're in shape.
die.
Yeah, the best of the best, they still die there. There's like 3 or 4 spots that do it like that, and it's crazy how big they get.
Let me, you and Anna or somebody, see if you can find. I think it's part of a Netflix thing. And
I've seen it.
And if you could just send me the footage or the trailer of it, I like to show Dan the
And
trailer.
those
He
waves
almost
take
died the first time.
minutes to like unfold. It's such a big, massive event.
So I saw this wave, and I was like, "Oh my God! Look, the Empire State Building coming at you."
It really is.
And like when you're in the tube, like, do you have to get out before it grinds you up? Because if it grinds you up, it could drown you. Is that how?
Yes.
Like,
Well,
you
they
got to
stay
get
ahead.
out. You got to get out.
In those waves, they're not really riding the tube. They're just trying to make the drop and get the hell out. 'Cause
Right.
That's all you have to do for the record is make the drop and get out alive.
But Mike, one of the coolest picture in sports is when you see that surfer right in the tube, and he's kind of got his hand that's scraping against the wall. You know, he's kind of like his finger in the wall a little bit, and
Dude,
there's like
he's
a little
controlling
rooster.
his speed.
It's like a little rooster tail that's coming out the back of his.
He's controlling his speed.
Oh,
with
is
his
he
hands.
really?
Yes.
So
yes.
he can slow down and
Yep.
okay, yeah. Give yourself more hand if you need to slow down.
You get a little faster at the top. You can get speed if you get to the top of it, and then like kind of work your way down a little bit, and then you can slow down by lifting up your nose or putting your hand in there. It's cool to have your hand in there, but it also definitely absolutely gives you some micro adjustments in your speed because tube riding is one of those things in the real world. You're in the tube for 2 or 3 seconds, but like at Surf Ranch, in the Surf Ranch, you can be in the tube for 10, 11 seconds.
Yeah.
So you get really good at fine tuning your tube riding at a place like that.
Well, I can't wait for Honor. Let me just send me the trailer.
There's the prettiest wave where there's a beautiful tube and people coming out of it is a place called Chopu. It's in like Bali or Indonesia or something like that, and it's a massive left, and it's so picturesque. It's so big. Jay saw it. He didn't surf it. It was too big. But there's an event, a pro event there every year. And one year, Kelly Slater came out after he had already won it, and he had like one more run, and it was just like a sort of a parade run. He cracked a beer and drank a beer in a 20-foot tube.
But how long was he in there? Maybe 7 seconds?
Oh, that's a 5, 6, 7
That's
second
it.
tube. Yeah, it's not a long one, but so big.
But natural waves usually don't because
Tube up that much.
they fine tune the Surf Ranch.
Right,
They can absolutely fine tune it to give you optimal tubage, if you will. Let me. Did you and Anna find it for me?
Is her name Maya Gab?
I don't know. Maybe just type in.
Was it a world record deal?
Woman's
Oh,
75.5.
I think because I didn't know her name.
Where'd you get it to me?
I said it.
There.
I sent it.
Looks like Anna had something.
I think this is it.
In Portugal.
I know who got it first or not. Let me see here.
I'm doing something that only a handful of people in the world even want to do.
By the way,
How big it is.
but hold on.
Look at the building.
Let me, like, you and I could, like, this is completely just a Dan and Jay deal. Because there's nobody else that could. I wouldn't even know where to begin to get on. What do you paddle out there on your surfboard and then
you get jet skied out there.
Well, okay.
They usually pull you in. The reason is those waves are moving at like 50, 60 miles an hour,
But I
and
wouldn't
it's
even
hard
know
to
where to
approach that
begin.
speed.
I mean, I couldn't even get, like, if I'm sorry, I couldn't even get my little feet up underneath me. You know what I'm saying? Because the board would just be digging into the water so much. I can't skim the water. I'm too heavy. Does there come a point, Dan, where you are too heavy and you can't skim the water? You just bog it down?
Arguably, but these boards are super heavy because these waves are so big and so thick and chunky that if they had a light board, it would just like flutter apart.
Well, I mean, I can't even skim board.
I can't skim, no.
No.
We sink into the sand.
Yeah, we do. We're like, we do.
You definitely have
We
a
can't-
disadvantage skimboard.
We can't skim board.
Absolutely.
As soon as we jump on it, it just stops, and then water goes
Like
around our
mud.
ankles.
We get thrown off.
We're anklers. As soon as we sit down, man, as soon as we get on the skimboard, it just goes straight into the water. I mean, straight into the sand, and we just stop. Water breaks. Say it. All right.
You get to feel the wind.
Oh
you get
my
to
God,
feel
Dan!
Look at that,
can you
look at
believe-
that.
the wave
Would,
going
would
underneath
you?
you.
Would you?
I mean, I would do maybe like a 15-foot wave, 20-foot wave with a jet ski. It's just Bubba.
Hold on.
I've been sucked under by big waves, and it's not fun.
All right,
You're
we're watching
underwater
this.
for
Shut
30,
up.
40 seconds.
Look at this. So oh my Lord.
Yeah, then you're screwed.
Feel alive.
Oh, hell no. None of this. Lummy, you and I can sit back in a cabin.
Yeah.
Hopefully we've got DirecTV and we can watch football.
We watch football. They can do it.
It's
Who
insane.
in the hell would want to do this?
Hot rum tidies.
It's hard to put words on it.
Now, are they skiing that?
Yeah.
No
It's what I've
way.
been looking for.
I cannot
Look
put
at that,
words on
beautiful.
the energy
Oh,
that
it's
I
beautiful. Look at this guy. Just to think, Lummy, that guy right there is more rugged than you and I could ever think about being. I mean,
feel when I'm in
seriously.
the barrel. This feeling is unique.
You just kind of
Oh, they're just showing you all these sports. No way would I do this, Lummy. Look at
end
this.
up in this state of flow, and it's just pure bliss.
Can you imagine if you're a girl and you're blasting one of these dudes? Like, nothing could really get him that excited. I mean, like,
Oh,
man.
exactly. And he'll be dead at 40.
But here's the
Yeah.
deal. It'd be like, hey, there's nothing that a girl can put on this guy that's going to be more exhilarating than what he just does on Saturday.
Yeah,
right?
but these guys have the life expectancy of like Hamas right now.
Really?
Yeah, they all die.
Yeah, not so much on any of this.
C'est une bonne école de la vie. On prend des claques, on se relève.
It shows these people going up the side of the mountain and then they literally ski
alpinists.
like they're skiing
Vertically.
They're falling.
like at 90 degrees, right?
Yeah, it's crazy.
What do you think the degree of that is, Dan? 85 degrees?
Yes.
Shit.
80 degrees.
Just straight down.
Straight down.
How do you do it?
You're just trying to
C'est
manage
vraiment
speed.
fort.
But you trigger avalanches.
What if you create an
You
avalanche?
do.
Then
That happens all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, they create avalanches.
and get killed?
Yep.
Yep.
Get buried
Oh, hell
under the
no.
snow.
Hell no.
See, there's kinds of ways I
See,
can
Lummy,
surf.
this is all not fat friendly.
No, not at all. None of it is.
Or even, you're not really that fat, just not even big guy friendly.
Yeah, it's not
like
big guy,
Rhett
fat
couldn't
guy.
even do this.
You guys
No.
could fly the drones.
You know what? Lummy and I will be up here on these four wheelers, waiting for you to come in if you make it. Okay. Me and Lummy will be 4-wheel patrol, so we go down to the edge of the beach, we
Right.
pick you up, put you on the back.
Hold my car keys.
Yeah.
Whatever.
It's gonna be your car.
I got your I got your cell phone with your wife on pre-dial.
Right.
And your estate planner on the other one, saying Dan's dead, and what do I get?
Yeah. He said he promised me.
He said if I would be 4-wheel Jones out here on this surfing expedition, Lummy and I did not want to come.
Nope. Looks like we're getting a
C'est là où
Ferrari.
tu te rends vraiment compte que
This guy real mad.
Mère Nature, elle est
He's
plus forte
digging
que tout.
foil.
quoi.
Wow.
So anyway, I
You know,
don't
the
know.
jet ski guys are as important as the surfers and the skills and the experience there. When Kelly Slater goes to Chopu, he has only one guy that surfs.
Is his
like,
jet ski-
is a jet ski guy.
guy?
Yeah, it's this massive guy that used to be a bodybuilder, and he's huge. He's
and he just grips that jet ski
Dude,
like
yeah,
Jimmy
but-
Clevis would.
he'll surf it too. The guy weighs 300 plus pounds.
And
he's 6 foot tall. He's a big Samoan Hawaiian looking guy, and he doesn't look like he can do anything. And the guy is one of the most amazing surfers in the world. He'll surf that 30-foot Chopu like it's nothing.
With a
'cause
jet
it's-
ski, though?
No,
That's
the surfboard.
Oh, okay.
The guy grew up there. That's his home break. And so, when
Lummy,
at
that's
Surf
it.
Ranch,
Lummy, that's his home break.
Yeah.
can you imagine?
Don't bust me up.
No, it's just such a magical place. But when he's like at Surf Ranch, like helping people, like he'll literally be on a surfboard and grab someone off a surfboard and put him back on their own surfboard. He's that good.
Yeah. Well, so anyway, I watched a lot of TV, one of which was a woman that surfed to 75.5
I think I
foot
sent you the video of it.
of her surfing it, or the trailer of the deal.
Well,
It
that was
wasn't
the
a trailer. It was just a her
Oh, this is
surfing.
right here.
I
Yeah,
think.
This is
What
Chris
you
and
watched
his
was
Capital
the,
One Venture X
the
business.
documentary, like there's a series of it.
Oh, is that what you
she's in
sent
it,
me?
yeah.
All right, here we go.
I think
Dan,
that's her.
Dan, look at this. Anna, you're right. This is what I saw.
It's Nazareth.
This is what I saw, and I was like, man, I got to see if Dan's ever seen this before or not. 75.5, and Dan's biggest one that he's ever been on is what, 15?
Yeah, maybe.
Look at this. Woman's double X biggest wave winner. Okay, it's competition for that.
Yes, every year.
73.5.
Worldwide competition.
How fast is she going there?
70.
What?
Yep.
Oh my.
She's going 70?
Probably.
Really?
Without exaggeration. She's going over 55.
Now, oh, you're done. You're done. Right up when it smashes on you like that, you're done, right?
Usually.
Look at Jess. That's a guy I want to be. Let me just drive right over the hill with a jet
But
ski.
that's a tough job, man.
Oh, I'd do that. No problem.
So those boards weigh, a normal surfboard weighs about 8 pounds. Those boards weigh about 35, 40 pounds.
Oh, really?
So they don't vibrate. And that wave creeps up on you.
Anyway, look at this. This is the best footage of all. Then I'm done. Then I'm moving on. I got things to talk about. So look. I mean,
it's huge.
What creates that?
Water, wind, tectonic plates, the bottom. It goes from really deep to really shallow really fast. How big that is!
I know. I watched it this weekend on Netflix and said
impressive.
I gotta show Dan this.
Yeah, I love seeing it.
And Jay. All right, so if you go to our Facebook page or our X page, let me. Hello?
On the computer.
What is he doing?
He's just talking to Rhett.
Oh, is he on the air? Yeah, I put Red and Macho's mic on.
Yeah, he was telling me about something he was going to be editing for the next few minutes. Sorry.
All right, so I mean,
we didn't realize the switch was on.
Oh, you should always, and I always try to include everybody.
No, you're right.
I know I am. Thanks to my show.
You're always right.
Appreciate it. So back to my original statement 14 minutes ago. That is, everybody just wants to be negative, and I knew that if I didn't show some type of proof that I feel I'm not contagious, I feel better, and that I think I'm pretty much over COVID. My oxygen level this morning was 98.
All right.
I never got below 94.
Good.
So
yeah, I think there was, I understand this perspective, but what was interesting to me is that people in chat were thinking that you were faking COVID because you were just run down and tired from the wedding and your kidney stone.
Well, hold on. You know what? That'd be great. And I would have every reason to, but I didn't. I can show you my prescriptions that Dan called in, his special concoction. I can show you the tests that I took, and I can tell you my timeline. And see, again, some people don't even want Bubba's just doing it. Listen, it kills me not to be here on my show. Mm-hmm. It is. We don't do as well financially. It's just, it's not the same. It's the backup quarterbacks in and nothing against the backup quarterback, but
Kyle Trask is wonderful.
Yeah, and Anna does great. No, nothing for me to be judgmental or to pick her hosting ability apart. None. I have zero problem with it. But it's not me. And when as soon as I can get back, I'm going to get back. Lummy, it's my show. Yeah. And as you can see, I took this morning. I took this picture this morning at about, well, you can see. I think I took it about.
Are you publishing that? Because I don't see it on the TV. I see it up there, but I don't see it on these TVs.
Dan, it's on our Facebook.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is on our Facebook and on our X, Lummy. So Friday out during the show, I felt like crap, horrible. I was just, and so
you muscled through it,
but I got through it, and I think I may have really started having symptoms of this on Thursday. When I got home after the show, I just started feeling, like
worn down.
Yeah, well, worn down and kind of a slight runny nose, slight cough, and that was Thursday. So I come to work on Friday. I actually go to the gym on Friday morning. And I figured maybe I could sweat it out a little bit or something.
There you go.
And that didn't seem. It seemed to make a difference for about 2 or 3 hours. But like by 9 o'clock, I was just exhausted. I was so glad that Anna had the after show, not me. So I have to immediately go to Ocala because don't forget we had that big monster truck show.
Yeah.
And they had 100 yards of clay that they put on the track that I have to now, mix together with the existing clay, because clay is kind of finicky, and it's of a material where if you're going to take some clay and dump it into some more clay and in order to get that clay to bond, you have to just back and grate it back and forth. Just
mixing it essentially.
Yeah. Then after you get it, while it's dry, You back and forth, and you get it to the right grade. Then you water it. Then you till it. Then you regrade it, and you start that process over and over and over. Grade, water, till, grade,
I'd
water,
rather kill myself.
Yeah, well,
it's not my. It's so tedious. It's such a fine. It's like the guys that do the groundskeeping for the Buccaneers.
Right.
It's so labor intensive. No one appreciates how hard it is to make a field look beautiful.
And so
what you're doing is
same way the dirt.
Yeah, it's thankless work.
And thank God for Drunk Dave, and more importantly, One-Eyed Billy, or I'd just be screwed. So I get up there, I get on the grader, I get up there by noon, and I'm on the grader, and all of a sudden, when you're on the grader, and as you've been on the grader as much as I have, you always got to be listening to it, like you can maybe hear, like maybe you can, if there's something's wrong, like
I understand a change in the engine sound of the motor. Yeah. I understand.
So I start hearing
groaning.
You got to understand. I got it's in like a 1986. I think it's a 640A John Deere, and it's nothing fancy. I think we bought it for like $25,000, like 10 years ago. Try to keep it hobbling along. It's the biggest, most important piece of equipment, but it's very expensive. Like we have to just keep working on ours because we could never buy a new one. Like a new one or even a used one, Lummy, they're like $300,000.
Yeah, when we looked them up last time, it was like $400,000.
Yeah, like a new one's $1.5 million. So, please, we can't afford that. So
cheaper to get guys with shovels.
I'm on the grader, and I hear, and I just start feeling horrible. I'm like, oh my God! And my nose starts getting more stuffy and sniffly, and I got a rag that I'm blowing my nose on because you just can't. You got to have almost like a handkerchief or a rag. You just can't have a box of tissues out in the grader. So I just got this old shop rag that I'm blowing my nose in, and it's green, and I'm congested, and I'm not feeling good. Well, finally, I then start to hear like this really weird sound, like a grind, like a real high pitched sound, as if metal on metal kind of. And it would be, and I start hearing it, and I was like, okay, in the turns, it seems to be more prevalent than when I get on the straightaways, and it's tougher to push material in the turns because it's at more of a embankment than it is on the front stretch and the back stretch. The grader doesn't have to labor as hard on the front and back stretch.
When it's up in an angle,
because the back part of your digging blade or your grading blade is really pushing a lot of material. So it's a grading thing. So anyway, but in the corners, it's making this god-awful sound. So I'm like, if anybody knows anything about heavy equipment or anything, if you start hearing something that sounds bad,
back off.
Stop. Just stop. Mm-hmm. Because chances are, if it sounds bad, it is bad. Same thing with a race car, Dan. Same thing with...
Absolutely, get off the track.
With anything.
Mm-hmm. Or pull over at that next corner.
Yeah. So I... Now, when you're in the grader, kind of in this little cab kind of deal, so you can't really stick your head out of the cab, and you can, but I got a full blade worth of dirt, and my pitch and everything. I have to adjust that, so I really can't stand up and stick my head out because I'm working all the hand controls. So there's One-Eyed Billy. So I said, Billy, get on the grader with me, but ride side saddle here where you can stick your head out. So he's up in the driver's compartment with me when I'm driving, and he's like, "Oh, I'm telling you right now, that's a front wheel bearing."
Oh, like, you knew right away?
Oh yeah, Billy's the man. So he's like, we gotta pull off immediately. So I pull off the grader immediately. Now this is like 2:30, 3 o'clock, and One-Eyed Billy then gets the forklift / Moffett because he first touches the front hub, where the grease, and it's hot. Like
unusually hot,
scorching hot. He's like, "Yep." It's a wheel bearing. I don't know if it's the inside, the inside or the outside. So we have to get the forklift. We have to first take off all the bolts for the rim, and then we have to get a forklift.
How many bolts are on that rim? Like 15?
Yeah,
a bunch.
More
than just 5, right?
A bunch. And so I start helping Billy a little bit, and we have to get a forklift and get underneath the tire and then lift because the tire probably weighs 300, 400 pounds.
I can't imagine. Yeah.
Yeah. So you just can't. So you have to take the tire off and cradle it in the forklift, in the Moffett, actually.
Oh, okay.
You cradle it in there, And so we look inside, we get the tire off, and the front wheel bearings are okay, but the rear bearings are gone. Like they are completely
just disintegrated.
They look like chiclets. They're not even in the race. They're not even a bearing anymore. They've completely blowed.
They just look like little stones.
And yeah. And so we call down so I'm helping with all this, and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh my God, I feel like I'm gonna faint.
Oh.
I'm like, hey Billy. And so we call down to Beard. It's the John Deere dealer, and say, hey, do you guys have a 1986 640A grader left front bearing assembly? Yep. Get on down. So I send the merch crick down there. $471.
Jesus.
$471 for one left front wheel bearing on a John Deere 640A.
Well, I mean, it's a $1 million piece of equipment.
No, it's not.
Not anymore.
No, it never was. I don't even brand new. That thing was probably $150 back in the day.
Oh.
So anyway, I send a crick down there, and I'm like, nothing to do. So Billy has to, at this point, he has to let me get the set of torches and get the race assembly off the spindle. And
now, the race assembly is that curved, smooth track that the bearings run on?
Yes.
Okay, just double checking.
Yep. Well, that's gone. That's warped.
You need a new one of them?
Well, yeah, they give you a whole new assembly, front, rear,
and race,
and the race.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
the whole
all
deal.
that. But you got to take the old race off,
Right.
and so you have to get torches out and knock it off with a hammer and a big
God.
chisel. Well, Billy starts doing that, and I can do that. I mean, I could have helped, but I'm like, Billy, I don't feel good. I'm gonna go sit in my trailer until the merge crick gets the wheel bearing grease and the wheel and the bearings, and then I'll come out. Well, she goes and gets it again, $471, and she gives it to Billy. I'm like, I'm gonna go out there to try to help, and I stand up inside the trailer. I stand up inside the trailer, and I literally almost fall back down.
Oh. You're just weak.
I'm just like, man, what is going on? So we're not too far the track's not too far from a CVS. So I have her go down and get. Did you know COVID tests are $10 and $12 a piece now?
Not if you order them online for free.
Yeah, but if you order them online for free, you got to wait a few days. And so the problem is like if you need one now, you got to pay for it.
Up.
Yeah,
and it's same with the vaccines that they're charging now, which is why it's 2% uptake in the whole world.
Hold on, they're charging for vaccines now too. Oh, they used to be able to go there and get it.
I know. They'll run it through your insurance, but they're charging.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Used to be free, but not now.
So she goes down and gets 2 COVID tests.
Right.
One for me and one for her.
Right, because you can't get one beer, you got to get 2.
Well, yeah. I mean, we need to see. Maybe there's a chance she doesn't have it.
Right.
And if that's the case, then I'm sending her home.
Mm-hmm.
We have to separate.
Right.
So Friday.
Separate but equal.
Right. Friday. At about 4:00, I get this test right here. I'm on the screen. That's my first test. Now you can see it's locked in. I mean, I got it.
Yeah.
They're like, let it set for 15 minutes. Well, as soon as I put mine in, there was no 15-minute waiting. It was yippee-yo, positive. So I'm like, that point, I'm like, okay, hold on. So I need to get out of this trailer. You need to go down, and I got Dan on the phone. And Dan starts working his magic, getting me prescriptions in Ocala and getting me stuff to pick up Saturday morning here in Tampa. And so Dan's got me all out. Well, let's just be honest. Jennifer, Neighbor.
No, I had to make phone calls
herself.
too, dude. This wasn't just her. I got involved on this one.
Okay,
I was just making phone calls. I had to call.
All right.
I had to call Orlando or Ocala. I did those calls too.
For real?
Just dump it all on Jennifer.
Usually you do, though.
Oh, now when it's you, bitch. I have to make sure it gets done right and fast.
All right.
Otherwise, I'll catch grief on the backside.
Settle down.
Hey, how much did it all cost?
It's expensive.
The medicine?
Yeah, I think the pam was like $96.
Man, they raped you, but still, it's cheaper than $1,500 for Paxlovid.
No, I'm not going to get any Paxlovid. 93 schmindy schme.
Yeah, it's
I'm
nothing.
feeling better,
aren't you? And wait. So listen, you're sick as a dog on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. You start feeling better.
So
3 days.
Yeah. Well, so hold on. So
just like Jesus.
So We're
Rose from the dead. You don't know the Bible?
So just hold on.
I didn't know that's what you're referring to.
He doesn't know what he's
I didn't know
referring to.
Jesus
He's
had
just
COVID.
referring to himself.
No, he said he
that
rose from the dead.
I know.
Bubba rose from the dead after 3 days.
But if I rose from the dead, then he's God because he got me to rise from the dead.
Yes. Well, God and some medicine from Dr. Dan.
So at that point I was like, listen, you know what? And I don't laugh at me. I don't know that masks work, but I'm just trying to like, listen, we have to ride back in the same vehicle, the Merch Crick and I. And so I'm trying to think about how to do this. And
she goes in the bed of the truck.
So she's not going to ride in the back.
Like your pit bull.
So, like a migrant worker. Yeah. I don't even know that. I don't even.
She's Mexican.
I don't even know that. I don't know that that you can put humans in the back of a truck anymore.
Yeah, you can.
I've seen it.
You can, Lummy?
Yeah, until you have to be over 16.
But is it?
Oh, is that the rule now? 16.
I thought it might have been over 16 and not on the highway.
No, you can highway it up.
I could have highwayed her up.
Yeah.
Man, she's lucky.
Yeah,
So
sure called Lummy.
So at this point, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to sit in the back seat and I'm going to put a mask on and I'm going to have you drive and you put a mask on. And then I want you to open up your window on your side, crack your window, and then crack my window. So we can get kind of like a good little cross breeze going in the car.
Do you have that window in the back window in the middle?
Yeah, but we were in her car.
Oh, you weren't in a truck.
No. So otherwise, it would open that too.
Mm-hmm.
So at that point, it's Friday. I'm full-blown COVID Willie. Dan's got my medicine called in. I get really, really on Dan's regimen on Saturday. I Merch Crick dispatch her back to her place and, pretty much just ride this out. So Sunday, before she went back to her place, she went to the local Walgreens up here and bought like 4 or 5 tests. She tested again, negative. And she's like, oh, I'm like, nope, we got to separate. We got to be, separated here.
Get away from me.
It's killing her.
Oh yeah, she's dying. She's throwing fits. She's throwing fits. She's doing everything. She's throwing all kinds of fits. I'm like, So Sunday, I start feeling a little bit better, and I'm like, Lummy, there's a cheat. Okay, so it's Friday, Saturday, 3 days, and I've really been hitting the Dan stuff hard here. Maybe I'll be lucky and get a negative Willie. Well, Sunday, you can see, still locked in. So I called Dan. Dan's like, listen, you can be positive, but still not be contagious. Like, what do you call that, Dan? Asymptomatic?
It's asymptomatic, yeah. Usually, if you've already, crossed the line and, been to hell and back, on the way back, you're usually not contagious.
So, I'm still kind of feeling like crap on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Really am. I'm still not feeling, I'm feeling better than I did on Friday, but I'm not feeling still, like as good as I feel today. So I take the test, boom. Sunday's test was actually pretty late, about 4:30 in the afternoon. So I knew at that point I'm not going to, so I got a hold of everybody. I said, listen, you guys need to go in there and do the show on Monday. I'm not going to be there. I knew I was not.
Very much appreciated, by the way.
Thank you. And so at that point, Dan, I'm like, it's not going to get mysteriously better in 10 hours. So I didn't even, plus you don't want to waste your $10 kit.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, okay.
It's expensive. You do 6 tests, it's, $80.
Yeah. Right. I mean, I'm 30 laying right there. So, I'm like, okay, listen, I'm just going to bite the bullet for Monday because I'm probably still positive. So this morning I get up and I swab 5 ways one way and swab 5 the other way and throw it into solution, and the test up top is what I got. Rotate it, smack it up, flip it, rub it down, Bell Piv DeVoe. So, but as you can see, I'm not completely negative. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm completely negative because it did have, and this is after 15, I let it set for a long time, took a shower and everything. And I come back and there's a faint, just an absolute faint little line if you zoom in on it. You can see where can you tell it from the picture?
I thought I saw one. I don't want to say nothing.
No, there's a fake. No, so that's what I want. In full disclosure, I want everybody to know that I feel good, but I probably
on the way out.
And I'm 5 now, almost 6 days. 5, if you count Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I'm 6 days from probably when I got it, and I think I'm 2 days of being less asymptomatic. And so today I wake up at 2:15. I'm like, I feel pretty good.
Did you work out?
Yeah, I went to the gym, worked out, did this pee test, like as soon as I woke up. I'm sorry, not pee test. I'm sorry, not pee test.
Taking a pregnancy test?
Yeah.
Really?
I did this COVID test.
What's the due date?
The minute I woke up, and I'm like, you know what? I think that, and I feel good, and I need to come back. I hate not being on the air. And I'm like, you know what? So in full disclosure, I think everybody needs to not come up here. And I think I feel comfortable with, not being contagious or giving it or exposing it to you if I just stay here in my little corner. And if I have to pee or something like that, I'll tell people. I'll go to my bathroom and pee. I won't touch anything. And, I certainly won't be breathing on you or anything like that. And hopefully you guys are cool with me coming back having a faint little taint like that.
So
a faint taint.
Okay, I have a couple questions. Number one, so Merch Quick never tested positive, never got symptomatic.
Never did.
And how many vaccines has she had?
Oh, I think maybe just the original and then the original, then the booster.
She did get a booster?
Same thing as I did.
Really?
No, it wasn't a booster.
No. The first two.
It was like part 1, part 2.
Moderna 1 and 2, I think it was.
Okay.
Same thing. She's got exactly what I got.
She got when you got it too?
Yeah.
The same day?
No, a little bit later.
Okay.
But she...
Different batch?
Yeah, probably.
That's what Daddy does.
No, but she didn't get it the same time. She didn't take her shot.
Because the batches were inconsistent,
Yeah, well, she did definitely not have the same batch. I don't even know that she went to the same pharmacist and got it. I think she got it out by her house. And I got mine out, over here. So anyway, there it is, Lummy. I hope people don't start, getting mad at me. Because Bubba's completely, so I guess he was on the air, and I don't know that he's completely over it or not.
You're over it.
I talked to Dan yesterday. He's like, you'll be fine.
As your team doctor, I give you permission to be on the field.
I didn't even know that what my test was going to, I didn't even know what my test was going to be, what my results were going to look like this morning. And Dan said, regardless, even if it's a strong positive, I think if you feel like you should come in. We'll stay away from you. And we feel, so I'm like, okay.
We'll be fine.
So then I tested it, and I'm like, wow, this is better than I thought it was going to be. So
we feel better, too.
Thanks.
But we've all had Omicron, so, chances of us getting it are pretty slim.
This is I think this would be officially the 3rd time I've gotten it.
Yeah, that's welcome to the vaccine world. Maybe when we come back. Oh.
What?
Well, you got your 35-minute dinger.
Yeah,
but I got,
what were you going to say?
I've been talking about COVID a lot for the last 3 years. And, I made some statements a couple of days ago that I actually got someone contacted my office email and said that I should not talk about what I'm talking about because I don't know what I'm talking about. So to that person who can F off.
Dan.
And to anyone else that thinks that I am just talking smack and giving misinformation, I'd like to read what was sent to me from the Florida Surgeon General. Maybe we can come back with that.
Sure, Dan. That's what we'll come back with, okay?
Okay.
Does that make you feel better?
Well, I just didn't want to go too far over.
If you're looking for that non-offensive broadcast, you're in for a surprise. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I love the sponge.
It's not that kind of love sponge.
I just told him to fuck himself here. He's obviously listening, so fuck off. I'm glad you're feeling better, Bubba.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, probably like you're good for like another 2 blocks and then she
So don't park too far?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, the 339?
Yeah.
South
You know what
USF.
they recommend you for? They recommend you for?
Right.
What? House speaker. It's great.
Oh, wow.
It's right
You're
here.
very official, apparently.
Official.
So there's Shrub Con Appeal. My name's on it.
Oh, wow. Okay. I see where it is. That is a weird section.
It's the
Fifth Avenue
industrial.
South. It's not far
Industrial
from
Arts
the.
Center. This is a reference or anything.
It's right by Gibbs.
This means anything to
Yeah,
you.
Gibbs
So it's
sucks.
after the split.
Yeah.
$3 Brewing. Yeah, it's really not downtown. Yeah, you probably want to stay away from Salem's Freshies. This area.
Oh, well, my.
Crispy crab.
You know, it's funny, but Stetson's off of 22nd Avenue South, so you have to drive that.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, that road.
Is it a fortress? Is it like?
20,
Probably want to stay away from here too.
Well, I think the Stetson is okay, but the drive from 275 to Stetson is sketch. It's sketchy.
Yeah.
As soon as you get off the interstate until you're about half a mile from Stetson. Once you hit Gulfport, it's okay, but that little in-between part.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Can't tell at all.
Like
It's
abandoned
questionable.
middle schools, and it's just
Yeah,
it's fucked up.
but it looks cool. Like it's they have like
Factory.
yeah. I think it's indoor.
Oh, is this
outdoor.
that art place?
Yeah, it's right by
Oh,
the
I've
fairgrounds.
heard
St.
about it. It's
Pete.
like an art co-op sort of thing.
Yeah, but it's multiple buildings like right next to each other. So there's
They're
like
building a whole
fairgrounds,
complex.
the factory. Yeah, I was looking at a map of it.
So it was like fucking kids art there.
I don't know. Well,
It's like
that's
fifth
just
grade art.
in general.
What's up, Jay Gator?
And then
Jason Abner, Holyoke Joe,
oh, that's kind of cool. That
Yeah,
shows you
you're
how
the cool
it's
guy.
kind of figured.
Wood Grain, Candy Powers, good morning. Dawn Hamdorf, what's up?
So this is kind of like sorry, one more time, just like that.
Oh, it's a
It has
whole,
lots
it's a
of-
whole like
yeah, it's an
complex.
art district.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
You know, they've done so many things to really try to make St. Pete better, and Cambridge Chiefs try to throw money at the fucking Riverwalk. Douchebags. Goober Lips.
You don't think it's bike friendly enough, or what's
But the
wrong?
Riverwalk,
Yeah.
there's nothing there. It's bike friendly, except for now you can't ride bikes fast, and it's hot, so it's not really pedestrian friendly. And there's not like there's a bunch of things to do. It's just like you walk and look at the fucking water, so it's just a pretty common thing to happen in Florida. There's nothing there. There's no attractive to it. There's no. I mean,
Well, you have like the Curtis Dixon Park, and then you keep walking and hit Almond Shores at the end. But
that's your destination. $200 lunch. I mean, have some fucking ice cream, something. The other part near the port,
oh,
there's two areas where there's like 7 restaurants. It kind of opens up there, like
by sale.
by Emily,
Okay.
by there on the
Columbia.
Riverwalk. There's a couple areas where it looks like there's like 4 restaurants right there, and there's another cluster of like 4 or 5 restaurants. And it was nice to look. Hundreds of people.
I know.
0 of that on the river.
I know. Tampa's a horribly designed.
Yeah, well, you got.
And that's why it's under construction, because you have like all these different spots, and now they're trying to like fill in the gaps.
Right, so it's like
with
urban
channel size.
sprawl with channel size
They're
become
like
like urban
filling in the
sprawl.
gaps.
Right, where St. Pete seems to have like plans of.
Yes.
This is going to be this kind of community. This is going to be this little community.
Yeah.
So if you put a plan.
I think the leaner ones could come in.
You think what?
You can hear the dog. Right outside the door.
Yeah, for sure.
It used to be better planned until the industrial complex, the industrial took over Tampa.
The industrial?
All the industrial buildings they started building in like the 60s. So,
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh,
60s,
way
70s.
back there. Yeah.
Because you can remember the streetcars there, they had all those shops, all those buildings, it was all lined up, and then when
It all stopped.
60s, then they started building our plant, all those other plants.
That one cool place on Riverwalk they closed down, I think. I think it's called Remedy. It was like right by Molly's.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. They closed it down. And it was like a cool little outdoor deal.
They need stuff like that. You know?
I know.
You need a place where you can sit
I
there
know.
and look at the
Ghetto ass hotel. What is that? You know what I'm talking about with the pool? It's right on Riverwalk.
Oh, that's the name of the hotel.
Is it like Hampton or?
Yeah, it's closer. It's further from downtown, right? It's
Yeah,
closer
yeah,
to-
yeah.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
shithole hotel.
Yeah, it's a
college
shit-
kids stay there.
Yeah, I
You
went up
over-
there to like see the pool, and I'm like, this is horrible.
It's like a college dorm.
It's something Hampton Inn, it's the one on the corner.
Yeah, what is it called? It's a chain.
It is.
Loft.
Is it the loft? No, it's not Aloft. I'll find it.
What is there not to like about the show? Bubba the Love Sponge.
Guys are awesome.
And I love the sponge.
The show's cool. It's real, man.
He makes me laugh my ass off every time I listen.
I'm a full truck of fact, man, so it gets me through the day all the time.
Bubba the Love Sponge. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, I was just checking our PayPal. Nothing. It's been slow, man. October has been slow. Hopefully everybody's saving it up to Bubba for Bubba 199. That'll be Friday, 8 to 10. Tentative on Rumble. Tentatively, Lummy, what do you got roster-wise? Are you working on your roster?
Yes, I am. Tease, Mitch the Mark, Bob Cook, Little Wolver's Afterbirth, Big Red, not a fan. Cretan Travis, not sure about OFF yet.
Probably not. She's still got kids.
Susan Poitras.
So it's pretty much the mainstay.
Yep.
Is it a costume party?
No.
Why not? It's Halloween.
Not quite. But it is that weekend, though. It's last weekend before Halloween.
Well, can people dress up if they want to?
Yes, absolutely. If you want to dress up, yes, you can.
Yeah, there's nothing better than a party where 15% of the people dress up.
Yeah.
And
Probably
everyone else
just
gets
gonna be me.
mock them.
So anyway, Friday, 8 to 10 on Rumble is Bubba 199. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App is the predominant way to contribute. Hopefully it's huge, Lummy, so we can pull the nose up on October. So Dan, now, you said that because of your opinions on this radio show,
yes,
which I got a bunch of emails too, and I don't know if that's necessarily. When I asked people to email me, maybe Dan was going to have to read the ones that hate him, and Anna was going to have to read the ones that hate her. And I'm like, I think it's just asking people to be dicks.
Oh, everyone
and,
just
and,
emails.
and to pick us apart.
Nice.
And so I'm not going to do it. Like, I'm just not going to do it. Yes, I got 3 or 4 Dans. Yes, I got 3 or 4 Annas. Yes, I got, I even got, here's when I know that it's just a recipe for people to be dicks. When some listener actually started breaking you down and like tearing you apart.
Oh, Lummy?
No, Lummy.
Lummy, God bless him?
Yes.
No.
There was a Lummy hater, had all these statistics that you had wrong. And they were right. They were right, by the way.
Yeah, probably.
They were right because, no, hold on. Don't you get an attitude with me.
No, that's not. I mean, sometimes.
You make mistakes.
Yeah.
And they recited a few sports mistakes that off the top of your head you made. And I was like, you know what? Poor little Lummy. He tries his best. He works so hard. And they're like, Lummy, one of them was like, Lummy, stop doing the GOAT report and start preparing the show better. And when you start hating on Lummy, then I know that it's just an open invitation for everybody to be dicks. There was one good Dan, and there was one good Anna, and there was probably 4 bad Annas and 6 bad Dans. One good Macho Man.
All right.
One good Rhett, 1 bad Lummy, a bunch of good Lummies, and a smattering of stuff about me.
A smattering, if you may?
Yeah, 2 good and 2 bad. So
the smattering.
At this point, that's what's been emailed to me. You can continue that on if you'd like. Dan, I think, is going to address somebody that has got to him. Contacted him via his plastic surgery center. Am I correct?
Yes.
All right. And what happened?
Oh, I just said I was spewing misinformation. So I'd like to clarify a few things.
Please. And I like the soothing effect instead of the,
build.
like yesterday, you were really,
Yeah. Let's start off calm.
You should see, like, you always get that finger in conjunction, like your finger or hitting the table automatically as the same when you start getting.
When I start doing this with my hands.
Yeah, when you start getting revved up, you really start getting a real stiff finger and just
It's Italian. I can't help.
Yeah.
Part of my speech is my hands.
Exactly.
So it's like a birth effect.
All right. So Dan,
It's like a birth effect.
do you have the email that you'd like to read, or are you just going to paraphrase?
No, I'm going to read it verbatim.
Okay, let's go.
If that's okay.
Yes, please.
On September 13th, I got a notification, and it was followed up by an official email from the Florida Department of Health. Provider alert. Florida State Surgeon General issues new guidance for the recently approved COVID-19 boosters. Tallahassee, Florida. On September 13th, 2023, the state surgeon general issued guidance on the recently approved mRNA COVID boosters. Healthcare providers are expected to include information found in this guidance in discussions with their patients regarding the mRNA COVID-19 vaccines.
So is this the state advising you doctors?
Right. This is state surgeon general telling us what we should be doing with our patients.
Right. That's where I was going to get to until you took it over.
I'm sorry.
No problem. But again, yes. What I was going to say was confirmed by Dan. This is the state telling doctors what they'd like you to say with regards to this new booster. Correct?
Alex G.
Yes.
$200.
Oh, we need it. We need it, my friend.
25 Venmo.
Thank you, Mitch Lucerini. And I signed into the PayPal, and it's over here lonely. John Costica was the last guy 4 days ago.
Oh.
For a hun. Thank you, PayPal, at thebubbarmy.com. Continue on, Daniel.
Now, as a doctor, we have federal laws, we've got state laws, so it's really difficult when there's discrepancies as to what our recommendations are. But the bottom line is it really boils down to your state, because your state's the one that controls your license. So
and at the end of the day, there comes the expression where you can't fight City Hall.
It's hard to fight the state.
Right.
Yes,
even though you think you feel as if you're invincible, and you'd show up at your state hearing.
And they took out JFK. They can take out you.
And you would show up to your state hearing in a Ferrari with a $3,000 suit. They don't care, do they, buddy?
Not at all.
Right. It's the one thing you're a little scared of. Say it, Danny.
Yeah, I'm a little scared.
Okay, so go
a little scared, confused.
No, right. Like, the last thing you would do is be calling Steven saying, Steven, we got to hire a medical doctor's lawyer to represent me because I just lost my license.
Yeah.
Right?
They're going to try.
Right?
Some states, absolutely. No. I have a lot of colleagues that have had their licenses attacked, taken away.
And Dan didn't at one time, and I'm not trying to, do any inside information, but at one time it was I wouldn't say a little touch and go, but they were circling their wagons around you a little bit, were they not? You had to lawyer up a little bit.
I got protection.
Right. You made a few phone calls.
I made some phone calls.
Got some advisement.
Yes.
All right, so continue on. So the state's telling you what to say about the new booster.
Right, and this is in bold. Based on the high rate of global immunity and currently available data, the state surgeon general recommends against COVID-19 boosters for individuals under 65.
That's the state of Florida saying it?
The state of Florida is saying, do not get a COVID booster if you are under 65.
Wow.
Now.
Whoa.
Wait, is that just a blanket? Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to ask if that was a blanket statement, or if they're like, if you have some sort of autoimmune issue, you should still get it. Okay.
Blanket Willie, say it.
No, blanket.
No exceptions.
So individuals 65 and older should discuss this information with their healthcare providers, including potential concerns outlined in this guidance. And here are the concerns. Providers and patients should be aware of outstanding safety and efficacy concerns. Number one, studies across geographic regions have found that mRNA COVID-19 vaccines are associated with negative effectiveness after 4 to 6 months. As efficacy waned, studies showed that COVID-19 vaccinated individuals developed an increased risk of infection. This is not found in other vaccines, including the flu vaccine. Now, yesterday, we posted a graph that showed that the more vaccines you had, the higher chance you have of getting COVID again. That's accurate data. That's accurate data based on studies.
Controlled
it's not
for age.
someone that's controlled for age and comorbidities and sex. That is not some quack just posting something on YouTube or on X or on some other format on TikTok. This is based on real facts. And people that argue with me are denying what's out there, denying facts, denying, look, the sun's not out, but the sun is out. But they're saying it's not out because they have drank the Kool-Aid. They are so invested on their position. They are unwilling to counter with a real argument or consider the other side.
I sent you the chart, Bubba.
All right. Can I ask you a question?
Please.
And be Switzerland here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me look at Lummy's little chart he sent me. This is what Dan's referring to from yesterday.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And so the one side is how many cumulative incidents of COVID. All right.
That's
so
the Y.
Right, and here's the X.
Right. Time.
Right. And so what
Months.
what is this? What's it? 0 doses?
0 doses, you have the
One
lowest
dose.
chance.
Yeah. So this is
4 or more doses, the highest chance.
I got 2 doses in me.
So you're in the middle right there.
Right
I think
there.
you just have 1 dose.
I probably have the dose plus the boost is equal to
You don't
1
have
dose.
a boost. You just have a double dose for a single. You have a double dose.
So
You're 2
what-
doses on this.
I'd be on the green.
You'd be green.
All right. So, but Dan, so let me ask you this:
And that's 1 booster and then 2 boosters above it.
is this same letter being distributed amongst the other 49 states,
Nope.
or is this state specific?
It's a state-specific letter.
And this goes down to again who your politicians are.
Yes.
This
And
this
who-
has nothing to do whether Florida's on the right side or wrong side, and whether New York, which is opposite. You can bet that. Let's just use New York as the opposite of probably what they're spewing down here,
Or
right?
California.
Or California. Well, either or, or Illinois, or Michigan. The big blues. The big blues out there, that their doctors aren't getting this,
No.
right?
Mm-mm.
So whether Florida's right or wrong, or New York's right or wrong, it one of the two, both of which are politicky, is it not?
Yes.
It's truly not what is really the truth. Even if Florida is wrong in saying the stuff that they're spewing, it's not correct. Even if New York is wrong in what they're spewing, it's not correct. It's not based on anything other, for the most part, politics. And there's a right and wrong side of this, but I guess it's kind of a personal choice, is it not?
Well, it's so weird because there's so many studies out there now. And, again, I said this before. I understand at the very beginning there was confusion, but now there's not confusion. I think it's pretty clear that the COVID vaccines are associated with negative efficacy rapidly after the first couple months of your injection.
Well, here's what I know.
Here's some more stuff about it.
Here's what I know is that I officially have gotten COVID 3 times. I'm just telling you. And the first time was a very bad event.
Well, that was Delta.
Okay, but hold on.
Was that
Hold on,
after
let
or
me just-
before you got your...
I got before.
Okay.
And then the second time was a little bit worse than what I just suffered. And then this last time that I currently can still have a trace of, it's a mild to kind of a bad cold.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. It's a mild to kind of a worse cold.
Like catching the flu. It's like catching the flu.
Prior to the COVID craze, I would have put this under. I got sick for 3 or 4 days with a cold, kind of a bronchial cold kind of deal. That's what this is. It's COVID. Yeah, they're saying it's COVID, but it's a cold.
Well, coronaviruses have been around forever. I mean, we've had coronaviruses before. This was just a little different one because it was a little bit more of a severe one, and it was associated with a little bit higher death rate.
Well, I'm just saying,
but now it's weakened. Like I said, Bubba, remember I said 3 years ago, you don't want to be the first guy that gets it. You want to be the last a-hole that gets it because it's a weaker disease and it's easier treated. And this is what we did. It's a weaker disease and we treat it aggressively.
Didn't you say each variant there's a possibility that it could have been released separately?
Yes, there's other studies suggesting that. But I'm not going into that. I don't want to confuse what we're talking about right now. Because that's
Napa Mike, $100.
I need it.
That's
Cash
still
App, Venmo, PayPal at the
Thank
Bubba
you,
Army.
Napa Mike.
That's still in the category of conspiracy.
Okay.
But these were all conspiracies 6 months ago, a year ago. This is a conspiracy.
They're conspiracy
This is misinformation. You
theories.
get
Now
knocked
they're
off of
conspiracy
YouTube. You get knocked off of YouTube or Twitch for this.
Here's this. Let me just give you this other thing. Is that all 3 times I've had COVID, I treated it, and we're just going to call it like Frank Sinatra my way, Dr. Dan's way.
Mm-hmm.
And I did it Dr. Dan's way. And I've not, listen, the only thing that changed is that Dan didn't put me on what's that thing that
seal.
Where I suck in.
Oh, the nebulizers?
Yeah. The only
Jay wanted me to, but I'm like, I don't think he needs it.
Yeah, Dan asked my oxygen rates never went any lower than 95. So Dan's like, I'm not going to pump him on the respirator gimmick deal.
Again, you don't treat everyone the same. You treat symptoms, you treat the disease, you treat the person, but you don't treat everyone in a cookie cutter fashion.
No, and so, but I've treated it fairly consistency with, 3, zinc. I can say I can say zinc.
Sure.
I can say vitamin D. And I can say, I think I can say deoxycycline.
You can say deoxycycline all day long.
Right. So,
and you can say Allen Iverson if you want, dude.
Say it.
It's okay.
Say it.
Ivermectin, 0.4 milligrams per kilogram per day. Per studies for 5 days.
Per
and what
weight.
happened?
It's
What happened, Bubba? Did you get better?
Yeah.
Did you die of horse paste?
No.
Stupid.
And all 3 times.
You just got kicked off YouTube.
All 3 times. You can't get kicked off if I just tell them this is what I took and here's the results. I could have very well said I took Ivectrin and it sucks. It didn't do anything for me. Dan stuff's. I'm horrible. I didn't get better. I had to go to the Plaquenil or whatever the hell.
Plaquenil.
Yeah.
Hydroxychloroquine.
No. I've gotten it 3 times. Every time's been a lesser event, and I've treated it consistently with the way Dan treats this. And the only variant that happened this particular time is I didn't get on a nebulizer because my oxygen level I never really got that much of a cough or bronchial or anything like that. This was really not that big an event. I could have come back Monday, but I still had a heavy indication that I had it.
No, it was appropriate not to come back yesterday. It was appropriate to take that extra day. I'm not criticizing that at all. I think that was prudent, and I thought that was also respectful of everyone else around you.
Thank you. And that's why I did it for him. I knew you guys would be okay. Hello.
Yes, this is Dr. Anthony Fauci calling you, and what you should be right now is hospitalized. Bubba.
What you should be is you should be in prison, bitch, is what you should be.
You should be publicly tarred and feathered.
You should be, at least publicly tried. At least they should bring him up to Capitol Hill and start asking him some questions.
Yep.
I mean, they're asking all the other questions about January 6th and Hunter Biden's, both sides of the spectrum. I mean, the Republicans got a bunch of questions for Hunter, and the Democrats got a bunch of indictments for Trump, and everybody's screwing each other. It's just, everybody.
Fauci walks away untouched?
Yeah, that's what I understand.
It shouldn't be.
Biden's not untouched. Trump's not untouched. Why should this guy? Let's throw this guy in the pile, too. Start asking him some questions.
And also the people that were heading, the FDA, the CDC, the NIH.
Listen.
The WHO. They should all be in the same jail cell together in a pot of boiling water being cooked.
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying let's ring them up here on Capitol Hill and start asking them some questions. Dear Dr. Fauci.
Yep, hang them by their heels.
I'd roll back with Fauci to the AIDS stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And the stuff that he publicly said on how to treat AIDS and whether or not he was involved with Big Pharma during the AIDS crisis. And I think, Dan, that there's documentation to show that he was involved in a certain amount of drugs that he recommended as part of the cocktail to fight AIDS, some of which was wrong.
He's one of the scariest mafia-type guys of all time because what he did was it's my way, and he destroyed everyone around him. It was gangster-like, and he did it in the 80s, and he did it again right in front of our eyes over the last 3 years. And like pansies, we accepted it.
Ring that bitch up.
Yeah, I'd love to.
You're going to bring Hunter. I mean, listen, they're bringing Hunter up. That's perfect. They're bringing their indictments. But you don't want to realize is the more indictments you throw on Trump, the stronger you're making them.
Yeah, but it's not going to happen to Fauci. He'll crumble under 2.
No, but I don't know that they ever ring him up.
Yeah.
No, they're working on it. I found an article.
They need to. America wants it. Regardless of what side of the fence, I think Democrats and Republicans could at least have one common bad guy, and that's Fauci. Right?
They propped him up to be God. I mean, Fauci is.
I'm just
science.
saying. You both. Now's the time. You're good and the man until you're not.
The deep state's protecting him.
Yeah,
I agree with.
I sent you an article where there's subpoena.
Hello,
records.
who's this? Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. How we doing this fine, glorious morning?
Good. Is this Buck?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How we doing?
Good. How you doing, Buck?
Pretty good. Hey, got a question for Dan real quick. The test, the COVID test. There's 7 or 8 different COVIDs out there right now?
Yes.
Okay. The COVID test, when you go, what Bubba took, is that just just the only COVID? Is that test only for COVID-19?
You know, they have repackaged and redesigned those tests so many times. I really can't answer that question. Some people say it fires for anything. Some people say you could take some orange, soda and it'll make the test positive. It has been frustrating because I don't understand how
they're testing for
so many different variants are able to still test positive and how they're able to discriminate between COVID and the flu.
Well, Dan, they're obviously there's one particular thing they're looking for in this test because I had a lot of it on Friday and not much of it this morning. So there's something. There's something.
If they're targeting the spike protein or what antigen that they're targeting in the test and how it's evolved over time and the accuracy of the test over time. It's certainly not as accurate as some of the other tests that take 2 or 3 days to get the results back. But again, I think for someone that's following it, if you're negative, then positive, and then negative, it's probably accurately tracking.
And you better have a lot of
happening.
money for all those tests.
Right,
$12 a copy.
It's probably
you went positive, negative. I mean, that's like $90 right there. What you just ringed off.
Right. But they say, but that in that sense, it tracks it nicely. Like when I had COVID, I had been testing for antibodies prior to it. I was always negative. I had it. I tested positive. Afterwards, I tested positive for the early antibodies. And then, a few weeks later, I tested positive for the more mature antibodies. And so, it followed. Those tests were accurate for me. And I still have antibodies, which is why I would never, ever, ever, ever need a vaccine. Because if you have antibodies, you don't need a vaccine by definition.
And I don't think I need a vaccine because I fought it off 3 times.
Yeah,
and the one that I got was just, let's call that the Janie cake stick. I just did it for her.
Mm-hmm.
But I wish
that one doesn't count.
I wish I wouldn't have.
I begged you not to. I know.
I know you did.
I begged you.
And she begged me too. Which one do you do?
You just lie to her and follow my advice.
Yeah, but Dr. Dan, if something did happen, it'd be on Bubba's,
my conscience. Anyway, Buck, I know you were down helping creatine. I think was it last weekend or this weekend?
Saturday. This past Saturday. I went down there to take a look at his pond and his property. Beautiful piece of property. Needs a lot of work, but it's going to be a lot of fun once he gets it all cleaned up and everything.
Did you swing by BRP? I think you did, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I talked to Billy, or One-Eye Billy, and see if they needed help. I knew you were down, and so he goes, "Nope. The only thing you have to do now is pick up the rocks, and that's below my pay grade." That's what he said.
Yeah, we're
okay.
I really do think that they found a few Mexicans on Saturday to help them. Yeah. All right, Buck. We'll see you soon, buddy.
One more question, real quick, for Dan. I heard there's a rumor going around up here that once you got that COVID shot, is it more likely for you to keep getting COVID after you got that shot?
That's what I just talked about. That's what the negative effectiveness is after 4 to 6 months. Studies showed that COVID vaccinated individuals have an increased risk of infection.
Why do you think that is?
Okay.
Wow.
Because antibody, ADE, antibody dependent.
And that might be, let me tell you, the stats on it might just be in the fact that I probably, out of all of us, got stuck, more than anybody, and I've gotten it more than anybody.
So
I got, 2 sticks on. I don't think you got any, did you?
No.
Dan, none.
None.
Lummy, none. Rhett?
None.
Good, Rhett.
Mach?
He said no.
None. And you guys, I don't think you guys have gotten it but once.
Right.
Do you think it's also because the more vaccines you get, the more it suppresses your immune system? Because, here's the thing. We were probably all exposed to COVID, but only Bubba had symptoms of it. So, our bodies were able to fight it off. So, do you think it has something to do with that, where the more vaccines you have?
And usually I'm a pretty healthy guy.
Yeah.
It's different. So, Bubba had the first COVID, and that gave him the Delta key. Then he had it later on when he had the B117 key. And now he's got the Omicron key. But the problem is that he's got the vaccine. So every time he sees COVID, he keeps making Wuhan keys, the original key. So it's hard for his body to find the right key because he's got that junk drawer that's filled with all these different keys. But if you're vaccinated, the predominant key that your body wants to make is the Wuhan key or whatever you were vaccinated against. Now it's a little different because they changed the vaccine finally.
God, I wish I wouldn't have got this damn vaccination.
So Bubba's trying to fish around his key drawer for this one Omicron key.
I'm in my junk drawer and I'm looking for that one AAA battery I know's in here.
Right, and
for my remote,
all these double A's.
For my remote control. I can't turn on my Fire Stick Willie till I can find this one AAA Jones, and I know it's in this trunk drawer, but all I can find are 9 volts and double A's, bitch.
Right, it's making you crazy, and that's what your body's doing, and that's really the best way to sort of analogize to it.
Look in your junk drawer and know that there's a bobby pin or a safety pin or a 9-volt battery in there.
Hiding all the junk.
Every one of us, regardless of how organized we all have a junk drawer at home. We all do. And the things that, and we know something's in there, but we can't find it. So my body is searching for something. I was like, listen, I think we got some kind of antibody into Bubba's big 270-pound ass, but we can't find it. So my body just gets sick. Meanwhile, I'm not a sickly person at all.
Nope.
So anyway, Buck, see you soon. Love you, buddy. Right. No more questions. Love you.
Later.
Okay, there's 3 other risks real fast.
No, not real fast.
Okay.
We're late as hell. We'll have to get through them on the backside, okay?
He's been arrested, sued, fined, and fired. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. So what does that make him? Bubba the Love Sponge.
As long as you're reading it,
right?
Because it's addressed to you,
right?
But if I'm reading it, we probably could have problems. But if you're reading it,
okay, we're good. I don't want to get you in trouble.
No. The only problem we would get into is if I would read it and it was addressed to you, and I'm not a doctor.
Okay.
But you're as insulated to you. If you're a doctor and you're, this is so we're 100% good.
Okay, cool. I don't know. You didn't tell me anything on that one. Yeah, okay. Well, if you just shoot me an email and I'll get it over to where it needs to go. Lummy, Yep, BTLS. At gmail.com. That's the one that I sit in front of every day. So you send it over, get it taken care of. Yeah. So we'll probably be back in about 5 minutes. If you want to hold, you'll hear dead air, and then in about 5 minutes you'll hear it turn back on. You can have a mic, Alex G. Rangers Way.
Thank you, Napa Mike.
Maria, Guatemala.
Thank you, Alec. Thank you, Alexander.
Friday.
Yep, he won.
Thank you,
You said
Mitch
she was
and
coming on
Serena.
Friday, right?
Who?
Maria.
I haven't heard.
Maria, are you coming or what?
Jason that third. Those are the key. Aren't we all?
Bro, did you see Kyle Larson purchased
too many of
the racing series from Tony?
Yep.
What about people who have no keys?
Yes, he did.
That was the question.
I knew that was coming.
Been exposed to any
That or they never got the vaccine.
Right, so then they start off fresh. So you start with the new challenge. You get an antigen, you build up antibodies, and eventually you find the right one. And that's the antibody you have the most of, which is the most helpful. The whole problem is that COVID is not an antibody virus. It's a T cell virus. So it's not a virus where antibodies are as helpful as T cells, which eat the actual virus.
And T cells are like more universal, like they'll just attack any foreign agent?
They attack things that aren't in the bloodstream, like in mucosal infections. So respiratory infections, T cells are very helpful. That's one of the reasons the flu vaccine sucks, because antibodies aren't that helpful. It's not really a bloodborne disease, it's a nasopharynx.
But you're saying not only they're
disease.
not helpful, but they make you more susceptible.
Okay. There's antibodies and T cells that fight. When the antibodies are expressed, it represses the T cells.
Oh, it does?
When the T cells are high, it represses the antibodies.
Yeah.
So for the vaccinated people, they have a disproportionate antibody response, which represses the T cells that you really need, which have long-term memory, and it's making the wrong antibody. So it's doing the wrong process, and it's doing too much of the wrong type of the wrong process. So that's why it's counterproductive.
Question more COVID positives more in the vax because they put it pussies and always test like.
That's a good argument, but I don't think that's the case.
Also just like reporter
Keep the tilapia in the pond? Huh?
No.
Well, what happened?
Overtake the whole pond.
It would.
Yeah. Just like putting koi in there. Just like putting koi in there. The fish, they just overtake it.
No, but you can eat tilapia.
All day, every day.
I'm an FT.
Full tractor effect.
You're my savior.
I listen to it in the morning and at night. It keeps me awake all night driving that big rig down the road.
Bubba the Love Sponge. We love you, brother.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I'm back. The Bubba the Love Sponge show, Anna and the team did a great job yesterday, but I needed to come back. I have a slight little hint of COVID according to my tests.
A whisper.
I got a whisper. Dan, we got somebody on the phone, and then we'll get into what Dan was going to talk about. Hello. Or better yet, not. That's my favorite, when nobody's there.
Oh, he was really waiting to try to talk to Dr. Dan about this.
Well, I mean, Anna, love me. I'm like, hello. If you're not smart enough to know that, that when I say hello.
Is there an issue with the phones again?
What?
I said, is there an issue with the phones again?
No, that was
All right.
may have been user error.
Cool.
Yeah. So Dan, you before we entered the words, you're like, and 3 other things. I'm like, well, hold on. We can't go 3 other things.
Okay, well, there's four,
we can't.
4 bullet points.
We can go as many as you want, but we were running late, so I
Right.
needed to get into some words. So give me the bullet points.
Okay, so
While I finish my egg sandwich.
The first one was that COVID-vaccinated individuals developed an increased risk of infection. The second one is the mRNA COVID vaccine present a risk of subclinical and clinical myocarditis and other cardiovascular conditions among otherwise healthy individuals. So this addresses the myocarditis. Now, they originally said it just happened to young boys, but it seems to happen to boys and girls, old and young, and it seems to be much more prevalent than anyone really wanted to admit. The problem with myocarditis is if you have frank myocarditis, you have an increased risk of cardiac problems forever, and certainly in the short term. Now, it's ironic that when I was a child, when I was a teenager, when I was an adult, when I was a young man, and up until 3 years ago, I never saw this number this frequency of young, healthy athletes dropping dead. Now, Bubba, you can remember we did see this with people with heat stroke in the dead-ass summer and people that had head injuries that were undiagnosed.
Usually that would be the only death in athletics would be something wrapped around either heat
right,
or a real violent hit to the head.
Right.
That was
a head
about
injury or
steroids.
heat. No, not
Really?
steroids.
You wouldn't see people.
No, not in high
bodybuilders
school,
dropping dead?
college. No, no. From steroids, no, it doesn't happen. That's a late term effect from steroids.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, now at 45, a guy
That's
that's
what
been
I mean.
on, it's been on, yeah, but not like
No, not like
not
your
like a
first
30-year-old.
cycle.
No,
I understand.
not like the
Long-term use.
The wasn't it LeBron James kid?
Yeah.
Fell over.
They never addressed why.
Yeah,
he had a heart, something with his
Oh,
heart.
congenital heart condition. In all the quotes.
You're seeing, but that's what you're seeing.
That's what you're seeing. You're seeing because the problem with myocarditis is that if you get an adrenaline surge, which is what happens when you're excited in the middle of a big play, excitement after a win, or about to do that pressured shot, that can trigger an arrhythmia. And the problem is that what you have when people drop with a cardiac problem, you tend to give them epinephrine or adrenaline. Well, if you have myocarditis, it makes the problem worse, which is why it took him so long to revive Hamlin back last year when he dropped. Fortunately, he's recovered. I still can't imagine he's going to have a very long career, and I think he still has a risk. But that's my own personal opinion. Let's continue.
Yeah,
there is an unknown risk of potential adverse effects with each additional dose.
We're continuing the letter from the state of Florida.
Yes, this is
to you as a doctor.
Yes, this is a letter from the state to me because I'm a physician in this state with a state license.
Because I'm a doc and you're not, bitch. About to get mine.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
So there's an unknown risk of potential adverse impacts with each additional dose of the mRNA COVID-19 vaccine. Currently, individuals may have received 5 to 7 doses and counting over a 3-year period. So it's saying stop vaccinating, stop boosting. And the reason is that elevated levels of the spike protein from the mRNA COVID-19 vaccine persists among some individuals for an indefinite period of time, which may carry health risks. Now, let me explain that.
Is that Brian on the phone?
No, it is not. It's Macho. He's testing something.
Oh.
So that means...
Does he want to go on the air as a caller? Yeah, I just want to let you know what happens to a guy that's in his 20s, maybe 30s, and he's been training real hard. Yeah, dig it. And he didn't have a vaccine, and he goes to the gym and might have the COVID virus on the tricep extension bar. No, he left. Sorry. Continue on, Danny.
So the whole concept behind the COVID vaccine, mRNA vaccine, was you get the shot in the arm, and those cells in your arm will be producing spike proteins.
Oh, they produced some stuff for me, all right.
And those spike proteins will create an antibody response. Well, here's a couple problems. Number one is it seems like it seems like the vaccine went everywhere in the body. It didn't just stay in the arm. Second problem was...
Wasn't that what it was supposed to do?
Yeah.
Problem was, yeah. And the problem was that spike protein that it was making, it never stopped making them. So people that have the COVID vaccine continue to make spike proteins for months and months.
Is that
and
how people
months
have long-term
and
COVID?
months.
Or like...
Maybe. That may be because the spike protein in
Extended
itself
symptoms.
is the spike protein is toxic. So if you keep having circulating spike protein in your body, it's like having rust in your water.
So
and
are
it's
you
not working right?
Are you saying, and the state of Florida potentially might be agreeing, or they are writing this, sending this in letter form to all physicians? But that is, I know you're medically saying this, but just if I was to layman say it, is the fact that if you got a vaccine, that vaccine could potentially cause you to get every form or not really protect you against these new variants of COVID.
No, it says the opposite. Makes you more susceptible to the new variants.
Right. It makes you, I was going to say that, it makes you actually more susceptible to these new variants of COVID had you gotten various vaccines and boosters.
Yep.
And that's what the state's agreeing to?
Yep. And
This
it
way,
says,
at least
and there's
this
another
one.
quote. There's another quote that goes even further.
From the state.
From the state.
This isn't your arrogant
Nope.
ass saying it. This is from the state.
Even though I've said all of these things.
Right, no,
but
even
now
though you said-
the state's agreeing finally.
Hold on. Even though you were spewing this in March of 2020, right? February of 2020. When this isn't that like the born date pretty
March
much of the
2020 is when everything shut down.
Well, we shut down. It was born in obviously December of 19, but or maybe even earlier as August of 19.
But it really
it
kind
hit
of
us. We started hearing about it in January, February, and then we shut down the world in March.
Right. And as early as this became a thing, you were saying what now the state of Florida has printed and sent to you as a physician.
Yes.
But isn't it amazing how you almost got your license taken away, and we collectively broadcasting your opinion because I feel the same, because I believe in your opinion.
Thank you.
And I'm just not letting you spew what you think, and I'm going with it. I feel as if I've been on your same page the entire. I think all of us pretty much.
It was so irritating about this.
But we almost got kept. We did in some instances get suspended.
Right, and I think all those people that got suspended for what they called misinformation should have action to be able to go after those people for their lost revenue. You suspended me for 2 weeks. I lost $15,000. I'm suing you now for $15,000 plus costs. That's how it should be, and I'm surprised that hasn't started taking effect yet.
It's not a wonder
because it's
not a wonder like
property.
some of these big firms, like for instance Morgan & Morgan.
Right.
They always are on to something like they're always on. Like I've seen some of the craziest stuff that they solicit. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh God, everything from. They're the first ones that made dog bites sexy.
Right.
Well, the
metaverse.
Right. They have
injuries from the metaverse.
So it's not a wonder that John Morgan and Morgan & Morgan, which I think is the largest personal injury firm in the world.
Correct.
I think so. With regards to volumes of lawyers and manpower.
And they're in all states. I think they're in all 50 states now.
I think they are. And but it's not on. Business get closed down by the government for COVID. Call pound law. That's all. It's not a wonder he hasn't found, because when there is a loophole to be found legally on it, he'll be the first.
Oh yeah.
And it's not a wonder. I mean, because there were people that were forced to shut down and have. I mean, you can.
The problem is he's super liberal, so he probably doesn't want to go after these people because I think he's on their side to some extent.
John Morgan's on the side of where the money is.
You would think.
He has a coronavirus lawsuits.
Yeah,
he's doing them now.
Yeah, Dan. It doesn't matter whether he had.
They have marketing on their billboards as of lately that show them all spray painted and defiled, saying that he's like a money hungry dude and he's, a hog and all this stuff. But it's their marketing team. Yeah, they're playing into it.
I did the same thing when I was at XL 106.7. I put fire, but they had XL 106.7 billboards when we did nights in Orlando, and we paid the billboard company, like, I don't know how much, to go and graffiti them and say fire Bubba, he's fat, and all this kind of stuff. And so that I got on there and be like, who's messing with my billboards? Like, oh my God.
Yeah, he's taking a page out of your book.
Yeah, I started out a long time with fire Bubba.
You're so smart.
Thank you, Danny. And you're so smart too. Just took 3 years to show your proof, just to prove you're right.
And this is
Almost
a quote.
4.
This is a quote. Now I'm saying from this email. Once again,
from the state of Florida, by the way.
Once again, the federal government is failing Americans by refusing to be honest about the risks and not providing sufficient clinical evidence when it comes to these COVID-19 mRNA shots, especially with how widespread immunity is now.
Now, does that mean that Florida basically medically is wide open to treat COVID? Like now, when you call a pharmacist, Dan, and they don't want to do it your way because it's still somewhat unconventional and taboo, according to the WHO, do you say, listen, dumbass pharmacist from CVS that's trying to play word game? I got a letter from the state of Florida, which is who you're governed by as well, saying, am I right or wrong? I mean,
this isn't for treatment as much as the vaccine.
But I'm saying,
but they had a similar letter about treatment and having options for off-label, repurposed, FDA-approved drugs instead of just going straight for the Paxlovid.
Does that not validate your argument when it comes to these? I know that you've gotten in full-blown arguments with some of these pharmacists, like to the point where you went down there and wanted to fight them. Hello. Yes, it's hello.
I saw a video.
It's on our end.
I saw a video of someone that was getting into a fight with on the phone with a pharmacist.
Macho's on it ASAP.
Hello? Is it
yellow?
Yeah. Well, hold on. I got it.
Yellow.
Somebody had the
yellow.
Anna had the program button.
Yep.
But, nope. It might have been me. Have we taken any calls? Yeah, we had Buck. So it's me. Yes, it's my fault. So sorry. Hello. Go ahead. You're on the air. One of the very few.
Yeah, it's good to know. First and foremost, I want to appreciate what the information you're disseminating right now, at risk of being canceled, of course.
Sure.
And I do want to pay mention to the fact that there was a significant program through the IRS for those that had W-2 employees. And I'm sure many of you.
Yeah, but you know what? I think about that is that scared me. And like, I even called my accountant up. They're like, you can get an average Joe did it, Lummy.
Yeah, he did.
But my accountant, same as Dan's accountant, was like, no, I don't think that's going to end up biting you in the ass. And my accountant wouldn't let me do it, Dan. Same with yours, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, they wouldn't look to pinky to help.
Bubba, we should talk because we've helped thousands of people, and I have a tax law firm that has spent a tremendous amount of time mastering the tax code to the T. Because I get not wanting to mess with the mafia. I totally get it.
The mafia being the IRS.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to pick and choose your battles, just like you don't want to mess with the medical board on certain things. I get it.
But we're talking about this stimulus that employers got, and it was like
he's talking about the ERC.
Yeah, the ERC,
the new one.
And they I even have banks now. By the way, Mushroom Mitch, let me 25 on the PayPal. Thank you very much. But I even had like banks, like Valley National Bank, send me a letter saying, you can get this much money for this many employees. Like even banks are trying to get me to do it.
Well, the IRS has recently announced that they put a moratorium on new files being placed because of the aggressive marketing that was taking place. But
that's for real. Like the IRS said that we're not
closed now.
Is it over?
No, it's not closed. So what happened was that all the IRS could do was be bureaucratic. It would literally take an act of Congress to stop the program. So they just said, hey, we're going to slow this down and throw it off new people filing for now. And the House Ways and Means Committee has already written us a stern letter saying that they need to open things back up to the business owners. But there's been billions and billions of dollars of righteous money that has been put in the hands of the backbone of our economy from this program. And I've seen it firsthand. And if it's done correctly, in spite of what your accountant may say, even though they have your best interest in mind, there's definitely eligibility for most businesses due to government mandates and other impacts that COVID had on your business. So,
it's having one hell of an impact on me right now. It's the slowest it's ever been. I need that money right now, Lummy. ERC, Willie.
I will send you an email, and I have been trying to get in touch with you about bringing this to your listeners because it's a win-win for everyone. If you do it right and you're not taken advantage of from some shady third-party marketing firm.
Which there is.
How do we know that you're not that?
Well, yeah.
So how do we know that you're not that?
And
so
we're
that's the problem.
Really a doctor. I don't know.
Hold on.
Go to the bar.
Hold on,
everybody. Go to the bar, and you can see that I'm a tax attorney. And you can check with the bar.
Sir. I think that you're legit, so don't even worry about what Danny said, okay?
But what I'm saying is that, you're soliciting, you're doing exactly what you told us to be careful about.
But he's saying that there's, he's saying there's some shady ones out there. Do your research.
How do we differentiate the shady ones from the real ones? Is my question as a PSA.
Yes, sir.
Like you're trying to tell everyone this is a good thing to do, and you're trying to tell everyone to be wary of those who call and solicit. I get calls and emails about this literally 5 or 6 times a week.
So
my question is, how do I differentiate who the real players are versus who are the jobbers?
So, sir, could you tell us like how a consumer could look in to see if you're dealing with a reputable person, like I'm sure you are?
Yeah. First of all, you want to make sure that the tax preparer.
I think that's what Dan wanted to say.
941X. So that means you have an actual tax attorney, more so than even a CPA, because they understand the tax law involved. And then you want to make sure they're in good standing with the bar and that they're a reputable firm that's done many of these. You want to look at the file before it's filed, because ultimately the taxpayer has the final say on the matter. And you're going to want to look to see that the qualifications are based on actual mandates that correlate with your business specifically. So there are definitely ways to vet this and to do it right. In addition to that, you can keep your money in a high interest bearing account and not touch it in order to have that fallback in case there are any clawbacks. And then furthermore, you can get a legal opinion from a tax attorney that helps provide amnesty in the case that any of the quarters are mistakenly filed, which then would prevent any penalties or interest on that money that you took mistakenly.
So, sir, listen, I'm all in. But so just give me your information. I love helping out Bubba Army, just like I did with Jonathan Morris. I know Lummy and his meat. And I'd like to help you. Where can people get a hold of a guy like you that potentially have small businesses that potentially might be a candidate for this ERC stuff?
So because there's some compensation for our efforts, and it's an advertising play for us, there's guys that advertise poor, crappy implants, and then there's guys that advertise good implants. Well, we're the ones that advertise the good ones.
Well, hold on. And here's the thing. It's my show, and I can endorse or advertise anybody that I want. And I'd like to give you some free advertising.
Is this Tuscan?
To who?
Shush, Anna, don't.
I'm just asking.
Okay.
Anna, who's Tuscan?
Like some
Don't worry
conspiracy
about
guy. He called in yelling at me about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, I think, last week.
He might have been right.
Yeah.
Go
ahead.
Anyway, Tuscan, well, let me get me your information, and I'll if I find it appropriate, we'll get your information out there for you.
All right. I think it's a win-win for everyone, and I think with all the nonsense that we dealt with COVID, to have a small semblance of
I love it.
A reward at the end of this tunnel, it's not a bad thing. So,
all right, man. Thank you,
Tuscan.
Tuscan. Thanks, Dan. Again, this ERC thing has got me shook up.
All shook up?
Yeah, just because everybody's doing it. I know some people that have done it. I don't like Average Joe from Average Joe Landscaping. You got a bunch of money. Isn't it like $26,300 per employee or something like that?
It's big.
It's but my people, your people, what are they saying? Don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah. Well, my accountant's about to get fired, so.
Does he even know that? I hope he doesn't listen to the show.
It's a she.
And you don't care. And you don't care. And you don't care.
No.
In fact, you
I've
hope
given her
she
25 years.
Hold on, Dan.
And I've paid so much more in taxes than I should have.
Hold on.
She refused
In
to
fact,
look at
you're hoping that she listens to the show because it'll make the dissolvement even easier.
Mm-hmm. Bye-bye.
She's going to call you and go like, is it true what I heard on the radio today?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bye-bye. Hello, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Bubba. I'm glad you're feeling better. Good morning, Dr. Dan, Lummy, and Anna.
Sounds like a cowboy.
Good morning.
Like somebody be on Yellowstone down there at the bar. What's going on, buddy?
Not much, man. I'm Bubba Army out of Charleston. Unfortunately, I got this stupid COVID too, man. So my question to Dr. Dan is his recipe still working for, whatever?
I'm living proof that it works, my friend. I'm living proof.
It evolves. How old are you?
I'm 44 years old.
Dude,
and
you sound like you're 60.
Yeah, dude, I feel rough right now. I've had a bad cough, body fatigue, explosive, diarrhea and all that stuff. Tested positive for it. And, I was just wondering if I could please call in today and get that recipe, man. I've listened to y'all. And
call my office, 888-8-DIACOS.
48-DIACOS.
And ask for Jennifer.
Oh, I got the number programmed in my phone, brother.
Tell Jennifer your Bubba Army, and Dan told you to call today on the air because you need the COVID Willie set up.
Yes, sir. Hey, I love y'all very much. Y'all have a great show, and Bubba, I'm glad you're feeling better.
Thank you, buddy.
Feel better yourself.
You as well.
And, I've also accepted $0 for treating people for COVID.
Zero.
So I'm not doing this to make money. So people who say I'm doing it for greed can also,
shove it.
No.
Kiss my grits.
Kiss my grits.
Kiss my grits.
Almost feel like throwing him
Can
off
you
the
slap
show.
your ass when you do it?
My God.
I want to say kiss my ass, but,
You can say kiss my ass. I would rather you say it's more on
grits.
brand. It's more on
No, I
brand.
kiss my grits.
It's more on brand to say kiss my ass than kiss my grits.
Well, I grew
Jesus,
up with that diner
Dan.
show. I'm
Hello.
sorry.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you, Bubba?
Good. Till Dan said kiss my grits, I was doing great.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I feel like I'm on Mother effing Mason Dixon show. Tookie.
I think it was Alice. The show was Alice. right?
Yep, it was Alice.
Yes,
Mel,
Jesus.
kiss my grits.
Please, let's
The redhead in
what
town,
did you,
whatever she
what
looks
did
like
you,
now.
what did you
Saying
call
it.
in for? Who cares about Kiss My Grits? Jesus Christ.
I called in for to thank Mr. Diaco, Dan Diaco, for providing my neighbor with some new Diacos.
Oh, awesome.
I was going to ask for protection, but I'm not sure if we still do that anymore.
You just sound like a guy that's calling from a tin can anyway. So nobody, and you didn't give your name out, so nobody knows it's you.
Is your neighbor just parading around her new breasts?
But did your neighbor make it public that she got new Diacos, or you just noticed them?
No, yeah, she made it very public that she was going to get some Diacos. Actually, she was going somewhere else until I told her where to go.
Oh, awesome! Thank you.
For real. So she was like maybe talking to your wife. I'm assuming maybe.
No, I'm divorced, Bubba. She was just talking to me.
All right, is she single or is she married?
She's married, Bubba.
All right, and so but you're friends because you're neighbors, and so
why
she's
can't
like,
two adults be friends?
We're gonna call you, Fred. Hey, Fred, I just want to let you know I'm going into to get me some new snitcha bombs. This doctor, I don't even know if there's a doctor, snitcha bomb, but whatever. And he's a really good breast. I'm getting new boobs, and he's in St. Pete and whatever. And you went, listen, if you're gonna get new boobs, you got to go to this guy named Dr. Diaco. Like, please. Like, why would you even go to Sneechenbaum when you can go to Dr. Diaco, world famous? I mean, Howard Stern is now a huge believer. I mean, Howard Stern is throwing the word Diacos around now for girls that have nice jugs.
Yep.
So, sir, thank you so much in navigating your neighbor in the right direction, because she was not going to Dan originally, was she?
No, sir, she was not. She was not going to go to Dan. And I talked her into it, gave her some background information. She did some Googling, and everything worked out really, really well.
Now, am I assuming that you've maybe, seen him?
Possible, Bubba, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
that's great. That's
So is the
great.
neighborhood prettier now than it was before?
I mean, how nice are they?
They are, and I'm not just saying that, they are really, really nice.
Right.
Honestly, but they just hang there just absolutely perfectly.
Has she shown you them? Shown you them?
Yeah, I think she has.
Yeah, I've seen them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
Was her husband there when she was showing you them?
No. Who cares?
Who cares?
Don't ask questions. The show doesn't need answers.
Sorry.
So anyway, sir, is the rest of the neighborhood talking about, oh my God, have you seen Trisha's new breasts? They're called they're from Dr. Diaco, better known as Diaco. Oh my God, they're the best.
Yes, you can tell she likes to prompt them around. She walks the dogs in the morning, and definitely likes to put them out there. And why not?
Yeah, why not?
Absolutely.
Why not? I mean, please, why not? So anyway, buddy, is that what is your only call? Or because I'm late, and then I got to get Howard. Howard, I think yesterday, Lummy got into a big, a big. It was
4 minutes.
I did.
Yeah.
I just wanted to thank Dan, and you guys have a good day.
You too, buddy.
Thank Dan for sprucing up the neighborhood.
Dr. Dan Diaco. He's a hero to me. Phew.
Good job, Dr.
We didn't even get into the Fauci. The House subpoenas records over potential cover-up to protect Fauci. We'll do that in the Howard talk next, okay?
Awesome.
Perfect. Standby.
Non-scripted and unregulated.
Sort of like the same sensation you get after sex.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
Exactly, Cleveland or 81.
Morning, Big Lumber. Mom.
Sure. Actually, no, don't worry about it. You got me so many so far. Feel bad.
Up there. Coach Duke. Ellen Close, good morning. Julio, good morning. What's up, Brittany?
Chuga, 2011.
What's up, Spencer?
Who's on the warm?
Macho.
Well, I think our phone lines are fixed.
Yeah, he
What's
was
up, Jay?
adding something so it's not dead air during the break.
What?
He's adding because during the break it's dead air.
Thanks, Joe Lopian.
He was gonna add hot mic or whatever's playing on bar right now. So he's messing around with it.
Okay. So I don't need to worry about it?
No.
Looks was there. From Grom, good morning. Ben 212, good morning. Dark Match. What's up, Iggy? Big Red. Hey, Kicks for Guns. This is a 2X. Good morning. Kenny Powers. DK.
Did you see what Mike said?
Well, I'm trying to go back and forth, but they missed something.
He just said show the CDC website to be the effectiveness of the new vaccine. I think for those under the age of over 60 to 32% effective.
That's an F.
Yeah.
This is RC69 quicker thicker. Mr. Grimm. Hey, what's up, Mary Guatemala? Stumpy62. What up? What's up? I am Buzzman. This guy's up the listening cat said all hail Satan. That would be shocking 10 years ago, 20 years ago. It's okay.
All hail Satan.
It might be in parody.
People are less afraid of the devil because less people believe in God. So they think something.
It's just like a joke. It's like
I mean, did you guys do a podcast yesterday?
Yes, we did.
Yep. Have you ever looked into that Satanism? Kind of makes a lot of sense. I swear to God.
What?
Yeah, it's like we're about like good logic. Minus the whole worshiping the devil thing, but.
Communism makes sense when you first read it. Bubba's asked out. Good morning. Some jerseys. Thank you. Kicks for Guns and 2X. Big guy. Pretty sure that's funny. Thank you, Tim 212. I saw that. So this is what disgusts me.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
It is.
I'm here for the sponge. Mate, it's all about mate. It's got to be Bubba.
I laugh so hard.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
There was some new copy for Super Beats here, Lummy. Did you see that?
Yeah.
We all have a heartfelt reason to support our blood pressure, and more than half of the U.S. population would benefit from blood pressure support. And you know what? Paired with a healthy lifestyle, the antioxidants in Super Beats are clinically shown to be nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle in itself. Over 30,000 5-star reviews and counting. It's the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended heart chew for cardiovascular health support. It's blood pressure support that you can trust. Super Beat heart chews support healthy circulation. So you not only get blood pressure support, but you also get productive heart healthy energy without the crash. And there's a new website to go to now. Support your heart health, the Super Beat heart chews, and get a free 30-day supply of Super Beat heart chews and a free full-size bag of, how do you pronounce that? Turmeric? Turmeric? A free full-size bag of turmeric chews valued at $25, and it all starts and stops by going to BubbaLovesBeats.com. This exclusive offer is only at BubbaLovesBeats, BEETS.com. It starts and stops with that. Go to there. Used to be GetSuperBeats.com. Now they've directly... No, Lummy, it's not promo code Bubba.
What?
It's now BubbaLoveBeats.com. Remember? There is no more promo code.
I know you said... Sorry.
I know, but what it used to be is not what we're promoting, numbnuts. Oh, sorry, Lummy, for the outburst. BubbaLoveBeats.com. Should show you and Dan how amazing I am at reading script and getting through it. I heard you guys fumble it up quite tremendously yesterday.
Wasn't that bad, was it?
It was pretty bad. Yeah.
Did you listen to the whole show?
Not all of it, but a lot. Why, does that make you mad?
No, I'm just asking.
Yeah, I listened to Dan and let me butcher that. I'm like, I can do it. I know it's new copy, and you guys butchered it. Just shows you how. See, it doesn't matter how smart you are, because Dan's smarter than me. He's just not as smooth on the air as me, because he doesn't have as much practice as me.
Exactly.
Sorry. I got to talk to you privately.
Oh God.
No, this is about football.
Oh, okay.
I'm putting together a playoff play plan.
Okay. We are in the playoffs. 3 games, starts at 12:45 on Saturday.
All right, so game 1 is playoffs?
Game 1 is playoffs.
No, is this a game? I can't be there because I'll be at Bubba Raceway Park.
So game 1 is at 12:45. Game 2 is at like 2 o'clock.
Hold
and
on.
Game 3 is like at 2:45.
So hold on. There's only 1 weekend of playoffs?
Yep. 3 games in 1 day.
That's it?
Yep.
Oh, well, then I probably...
What happens if you win, though?
Then there's a championship in December someplace.
Oh. Well, see, I didn't know they were doing the whole damn playoffs on the 1 weekend.
1 day, yeah.
That sucks.
I know.
Kind of dumb.
I didn't make these rules. I've never been in playoff land, so I didn't have any experience of how they were going to do it.
What game potentially could face the team that beat
It'll
you?
be the last game. They keep your seed till the end. So
you're second seed?
I'm second seed, and so I'll play the second worst team all the way through until the finals.
So, but you only have to win 3 games to win it all.
Right, and the first 2 games will be relatively easy, and then the third game will be the Vikings.
And the Vikings are the one that beat us 33-21.
Right, and I didn't show them a damn thing. They have no idea who they're playing.
Hold on, so you play 1 at 2, and then the last one at 2:45?
No, he plays
one.
They're
30-minute games. They're shorter games. Instead of 2 20-minute halves, they're 2 15-minute halves.
And you got potentially 3 games.
Potentially 3 games. So we'll win the first 2 handedly. And then we'll deal with the Vikings. And like I said, they got no idea what we're going to give them because I didn't show them a damn thing last week. I knew they were watching. I knew they were sniffing.
You showed them.
I didn't show them a damn thing. I showed them Bubba. But that's it.
Bubba 1 and 2.
Yeah, that's okay. That's all they saw. They saw that and a few threes and a couple other things. I played only 5 or 6 plays with them. I had weird defenses out there. I had weird offenses out there. I was trying to be as not me as possible.
That's unlike you, because you love being you.
I know, but not when I'm playing me twice. And so, it was a little deceit.
Yeah, let them see something and beat us because
they're videotaping our games, Bubba. They've been videotaping our freaking games. These guys are like, it's like this the call gates.
No.
What I mean? When they
No. If you know anything about sports, there's a current issue with the University of Michigan that's going on right now, where this one guy
Rutgers, against Rutgers.
No. There's this one.
Like the entire conference knows.
Like Dan, you have no idea what you're talking about.
They've known about it for a while.
Shiana was bitching about it, I thought.
Yeah, he was being passive aggressive, but a lot of the coaches in that conference
They've now
have
since
known.
and gone back and seen that this guy went to. I think Lummy bought 30 sets of tickets for 11 different Big Ten games over the past year and a half, and it's completely illegal to scout a team that's on to send a scout to a game to a team that you're going to play that fiscal year.
Well, that's what this team, the Vikings, are doing. They've been sending video guys. They've been sending people to videotape our games.
Really?
Sons of bitches.
Yeah, and that's wrong. If their team isn't there that day, that's 100% wrong.
Grade level.
Yeah,
they're sending
that's
spies out.
Pathetic.
Horse crap.
Who's these coaches? Hello.
They're going to be second place coaches after next weekend.
Bunch of wannabes.
Hey, brother, you hear? I just woke up. I don't know if you talked about this. You hear Howard talking about you, brother? Put you over huge.
Yeah, we're gonna talk. We're gonna get into that next. Appreciate the setup.
Well, you
in and out with Terry. Hello.
Good morning, Bubba. If you take nattokinase, bromelain, NAC, and curcumin, that's supposed to help dissolve the spike protein from the pam.
Yep, that's true. That's all helpful stuff. I recommend all of it.
Look at Dan. Look at Dan's like, hell yeah, I'll co-sign with that guy.
I'll co-sign with it. That's getting more technical, a little bit more specific.
Louder, Dan. Get louder, Dan. Get louder, Dan.
No, see you later. No, you're not getting louder.
Stop.
House subpoenas, records. But so let me is this going to amount to anything, or Dan? Is this going to amount to anything?
When was this article written?
This is pandering. What have they done? They've done nothing to no one. What has Congress done to anyone since Martha Stewart? Seriously,
really.
have you seen a single person get in any kind of significant trouble from Congress since Martha Stewart and Marion Joyner, the runner?
Yeah.
Those are the last two people that got in trouble.
Now that you so brilliantly bring it up, I think you might.
Ain't nobody getting in trouble with Congress. It's a dog and pony show. Charge him with a criminal. Charge him with a criminal statute.
Did they
charge him with fraud? Sue him civilly and try to do it successfully. But the problem is he's got so much statutory protection that it's going to take more of a grass
bipartisan. More of a bipartisan type of deal.
Right.
And I just think naturally one party wants to stick up for this guy.
Right.
I think.
No, I mean, absolutely. The Democrats are sticking up for him. I mean, they're protecting him with everything they got. Because you know why?
But here's the thing. I don't understand why.
He dethroned Trump. That's why.
I don't know if he dethroned Trump.
The hell he didn't. Everyone followed this guy's lead, and it was because of him that Trump was obliged, compelled, forced to follow his recommendations, which were erroneous, based on fiction, not fact, and were self-serving for Fauci and to destroy Trump's presidency, the American economy, at all costs. And they succeeded. And look where we're at now.
So
with gas at $5 a gallon, interest rates at 10%, and a World War III about to start in the next 3 weeks.
Where do you think that's headed?
What?
World War,
Oh, absolutely getting into World War III. Absolutely. People are drooling to jump in right now. Syria wants to jump in. Lebanon wants to jump in. Jordan wants to jump in. Iran's already in. And then once those players are in, they bring in their friends. And all of a sudden, we got Ukraine over here. Because World War II didn't start in one day.
No.
World War II was a series of skirmishes that coalesced.
And really, we didn't get involved until they made us get involved.
Right.
Realistically, we were kind of taking a back step to all of that.
For 2 years. We sat back and did a damn thing.
isolationist policies.
Yeah. So, some people want us to be isolationists. Some people want us to get involved. But either way, we got sucked in. We're going to get sucked into this one. We're already getting sucked in. We got two carrier groups and a Marine generals down there now. We are engaged. We've got at least 2,000 people on the floor, on the ground. We have another 2,000 people that are going in. So there's 4,000, which is a lie because that's probably 8,000 to 10,000. So we're gonna have 30,000 people on the ground in Israel in the next 3 or 4 weeks. Watch it.
But hold on. Can't the Israeli military in itself, they can go and...
They can handle Gaza, no problem.
That's what I'm saying.
Gaza, no
it's
problem.
about
but it's Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon,
involved.
Jordan, Syria, Iran, maybe, Saudi Arabia. I don't know.
I mean, but hold on. Qatar. But doesn't it make it like, shouldn't we be there so that these people don't jump it? Like, does us being there and
it's trying to deter?
That's what I'm saying. Is it a
conflict
deterrent
from?
Those two big ass aircraft carriers and all those troops, Dan. Is that just a show of, hey, listen, we're here, bitches. Don't get squirrely.
There's already been missiles that have been fired
to and
from Yemen to like U.S. bases. I don't know if they made it, but
No,
they're picking the fight. They're picking the fight.
They got shot down. Most of them got shot down.
And so watch one of our Navy vessels hit like a mine, they'll say, or some kind of torpedo that's fired at them. There'll be a sunken ship, and then that's going to be just enough to tip us over into a war. Watch what happens.
So you're saying they're going to take a hack at one of our big carriers, and we'll have to defend that, and that's going to,
and then would the rest of NATO get involved? Because an attack on one is an attack on all.
It's a jump in. So. It's a jump in. Everyone's jumping in.
And so it just takes one of those squirrely ass nations to attack one of our major aircraft carriers out there. And now we got ourselves a war.
Yeah. And so it's the whole the whole Hitler thing.
A world war.
I said we got ourselves a war.
Oh.
It's the whole Hitler thing. Hitler had a great army, but he couldn't do a two-front war.
He had more than that going on.
And so he
No, what I'm saying is he had more than two different sides. When towards the latter stages, man, he was getting four-cornered.
Yeah, he was. But it was really the two-front war.
I know.
It was the Western Front and the Eastern Front. And so the Eastern Front is what took him out.
He was so stupid.
The problem,
especially during winter.
He was so stupid. It was a dumb call.
He was on all the drugs.
I know, but
he was a drug addict.
Somebody needed to pull him down and say, "Hit. We can win this, but not if we get too greedy. You're getting too greedy,
I believe they did, and I believe I can't remember his name, but he got killed. Hitler killed him.
Yeah, shut up.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Heimlich did come in and say, "Hey,
dude, stop it."
Heimlich Hindenburg or something like that. I forget what his name was.
Hendrik.
Yeah, Highland Hendrik or whatever.
Heinrich and Henrik are the two guys, I think.
And they came in and say, "Hit, man, we can't be fighting in every. We got to slow it down a little bit, and you know what? Let's stop killing these people."
So the problem with Israel is they have a 360-degree vulnerability. They've got they have Lebanon to the north, they have Jordan to the right, in the northeast they got Syria. They've got Iraq and Iran to the south east. And they got Egypt to the southwest, and they got Saudi Arabia below them. I mean, they have a lot of potential problems, and so they can destroy Gaza and the West Bank. That's not a problem at all. It's just that when everyone jumps in at once,
they could probably take on most of the nations around them. They did in '67 and in '73, but I think it's mostly Iran. If Iran gets involved, that's big.
And Iran, Iran's backed by Oput.
And Bubba's not resting on his 1973 laurels anymore either. And so it's a different world than it was 50 years ago.
China's got six of their warships in the Mediterranean that are hanging out.
So what do you think is going to happen when American and Chinese warships are bumping heads? Plus, by the way, Russia's still messing with Ukraine and above them, north of them.
And here's something that I found a little bit interesting today. So Anna sends this to me, and it's a good story, and I like to play it. But are you saying, and it's a American who is part of a helicopter squadron that I think has been relocated or at least they're in Israel, and they're on standby, and they're ready to go wherever they need to go at the direct when somebody says, "Hey, listen, we need the Black Hawk Willies over here or the Apache Willies over there or something like that."
Yeah.
And so, but this guy or the Apache, Jesus. God, all this thing. I gotta get this thing down. So this is what I don't understand: is that you're such as U.S. American soldier, and
is he? Well, I thought he was Israeli. He just spoke English really well. I definitely detected an accent.
Well, however, whoever this dude is, he can't even show his face. So I don't understand. You can be on the right side of this, be trying to, well, I don't know what the right side of this is, but this guy's pro-Israeli, which I have no problem with, and that's the way you want. If that's how you, great. But this guy has to. We're now when our soldiers have to hide their faces and their identities in fear of getting retaliation.
Yeah, the families, the special forces.
Palmahim Air Base, home to 2 squadrons of Black Hawk helicopters, making it a launch point for some of Israel's most elite commandos.
All right, you're right, Anna. I misunderstood.
That's okay. He spoke English very well with somewhat of an American accent, so I understand the confusion.
But this is the Israeli Defense Forces.
Correct. IDF.
Yeah. What you're about to see is what they told us about
these poor guys who are in the military for Israel. They are so scared to even show their faces because they're afraid Hamas is going to go find out who their mom and dad are.
Their family may be kidnapped.
God, that's ridiculous.
New mission to eliminate Hamas.
If Israeli soldiers soon see Gaza from the inside,
check the engine oil.
It's helicopters like these that will bring special.
That looks so 1959 to me.
Forces.
They need some new stuff.
The front.
Doesn't this look like an old jalopy?
Looks like
For security reasons, we were asked not to show this.
Looks like one that we gave him from Vietnam.
Yeah.
Does it not?
Yeah. Well, it's full face.
Slightly used 1969.
Huey.
Clean, one owner.
Yeah,
oil changed every 3,000.
His full name.
This is on call right now.
It is.
But he showed us around a UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter.
So this is an Israeli military helicopter.
The reason why he probably wants to remain anonymous is because he has a passable American accent. They could probably use him as a spy.
Oh.
Soon insert commandos into Gaza or rush the wounded.
Look how junky that is.
Back to Israel.
And those are stretchers right there.
Those are stretchers, correct.
He's been deployed since the terror attacks of October 7th.
I just called my squadron, asked them, do you need me to be there? They said yes. How soon can you be there?
Within half an hour, he told us he had made his way here from home.
My oldest, he's 6.5 years old, asked me, why do you have to go? I just told him our country is under attack and I have to go.
And now the fight is about to enter a dangerous new phase.
All right. Yeah, it's a dangerous new phase, all right.
Ground invasion.
I'd like to maybe keep this a little more lighthearted and talk about Howard talking about us.
All right.
We'll do that next.
He's a good guy, even though he's a...
Bubba the Love Sponge.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
Oh, I know. Yeah, release other identities. They're like, when we were notified we made a mistake, we deleted it. It's like, what?
What did they do?
They released a photo of Biden shaking hands with the special operators working to get the hostages out.
Did you show their faces?
Yeah. Which is a big no.
They were accusing Trump of this was demasking foreign agents, and they actually showed videos of these essentially spies, special forces spies, destroying any chance they have being covert.
Do you think anyone has ever come to you trying to change their identity to...
No. If they did, I would tell you.
Reflection on show. Oh yeah. Over there. That is right, average Joe. Mine comes from Jones.
Drake's birthday today. You can get free fries on McDonald's.
Wasn't charging. What's wrong with it? It's too hard. Probably won't record it. Of course. It shouldn't do much. What needs to say, redneck? Probably not. Steve Grumpy old man.
Oh.
Robert.
Colin McGregor was on Tucker yesterday and said the U.S. Israeli Special Forces already went inside Gaza and started kills. There's a Terry fight.
I see that.
Terry on Terry. What's up, St. Redneck? I need that hat. My hat. My cat.
Why do they spell turkey now
I'm out in the car listening to Bubba the Love Sponge.
Oh.
Love you guys.
Gotta be Bubba. Wondering who he's gonna yell at next.
Yeah.
People from all facets of life can relate to this show, and that's why I like it.
I love it. I can't get enough.
Bubba the Love Sponge. Exactly.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Yesterday I was gone, and I think Lummy and Anna, everybody put together a Monday only podcast.
Oh yeah,
Lummy, how was it?
It was great.
What was it? Any? Give me the high spots, Lummy, of the podcast. It's available wherever you get your podcasting stuff. Just type in the Bubba Army Podcast. It's exclusive on Mondays. Of course, I wasn't here, so it's probably even extra exclusive because I wasn't here And there's not a lot of podcasts that don't have me there.
No.
So, Lummy, what would you guys talk about?
We talked about Ariana Grande dating SpongeBob SquarePants guy.
She's having sex with SpongeBob.
Oh, the person that does the...
Yeah.
Isn't it a woman?
It's a guy.
It's for the play. He does the play.
No, it's the guy that plays the
Musical.
Broadway SpongeBob.
Oh, that's even more of a dark.
Even more feminine than
Exactly.
just the voice actor.
It's even worse.
Pretty impressive.
So Ariana Grande is dating the voice actor that does SpongeBob.
No, not the voice actor. The actual Broadway show. He's the leading man. He's SpongeBob SquarePants.
He's SpongeBob.
And it's even more salacious because he left his wife and 1 month old baby to be with Ariana Grande.
Yeah, well, Ariana Grande is a pretty big thing.
I get it.
So not only is he musical theater guy, but he's musical theater SpongeBob guy.
Deadbeat dad guy.
And he's tapping that Ariana Grande ass guy. So let's not forget that either.
He's a
He can play whatever character he wants. When you're tapping that ass, you're still tapping that ass.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more like she's the transitional therapist and he's transitioning.
Is that what you're thinking? Is that how you got it? Is that how you got it sized on?
Yeah.
See, we have all types of different.
I mean, everybody's gaydar was off the charts yesterday. When you see videos of this guy.
So this,
well, maybe she likes it because she's not getting railed by
Jay-Z or something.
Davidson.
Or Pete Davidson with his huge hog.
Some guy's Pete.
Somebody people don't they
She's
say
dating
that,
someone with no genitals now.
But don't they say that indeed Pete Davis does have a big?
He has BDE apparently.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a big hog.
Yeah,
that's the word on the street.
But wouldn't that be so cool if that was the word on the street about you? Like if you had a big D, and that was what people associated with you was a big. Like Lummy, I think Huey Lewis and Scott Baio.
Yep.
And I'm trying to think of all over the years in the entertainment business, who
Well, yeah.
Dan started rumors about himself.
Dan,
that's a little different.
You can't have a big D, okay?
I mean,
even if you have a big D, you can't.
Okay.
It's just too much.
It's antithetical to BDE saying that you have a big D.
Yeah, D. Dan, maybe let's say that you have a big D. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's probably really not that big.
Everyone I know that has a big D talks about it constantly. You can talk about it. You can talk about use the Fabrizi phenomenon. What is it? What's his
I've
joke?
seen
What's
it,
his
though.
comeback to
But
every
I've
joke?
seen
I've
Richard-
got a big D.
He does.
No one with a small D tells people he has a big D. I've never seen that one either.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, big D according to what? What's big D?
Theory of relativity.
The theory of relativity, exactly. According to the locker room, when you're dominate, you're like the World Trade Center. Everyone else is Kroger's.
Wow. In a locker room, you're the World Trade Center. Everybody else is Kroger's.
Well, you know how the story about the World Trade Centers and where they are now, so
it's become a whole.
It didn't end well.
It has transitioned.
Yeah.
Did anybody ever see? Did you guys see the footage last week of the guy? The World Trade Center. They had that memorial, and the memorial is like a big, deep. I
took a video of it. We showed it.
Yeah, a guy jumped in. And
what?
What happens when you jumped in?
No, a guy jumped in. Hold on, a guy jumped in and then kind of army rangered to the it's like a
There's two parts.
It's a
to
fountain
Right.
that you could. It's pretty. I don't know how big.
20 feet
It's
down.
All right,
huge.
so it's 20. No,
That's
no.
just the first drop.
No,
There's
the
multiple.
Yeah. So the
levels.
first drop I think is 20. They call that
At
20.
least
20 to 30.
I would say
All right.
30.
Now that that's a pretty big drop, but then there's probably maybe up to maybe 2 or 3 foot of water that then funnels into this what looks like a bottomless pit.
Right.
Right.
Well, there's a smaller square, then a smaller square, and a
Right.
smaller
Right.
square, and then the water
like a drain.
disappears.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I think let me see if you can find the video of it. But I don't know if does the guy go over the edge?
I thought he did.
Yeah, and did he die?
I think he survived. I'll send you the news story.
Oh my god.
And how far is the drop?
At least 30 feet.
No, the first one.
Yeah.
What's the second one? He took the second one, Anna.
Oh, really?
Well, you have to hit the first one before you walk over and then hit the second one.
Or just roll over because you're unconscious because you got knocked out.
We might be having different opinions or mindsets as to first, second, third levels here. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think that. Lummy, are you sending it to me yet?
Yeah, I sent you the news story.
Okay, let me see if I
So
can find
then
it.
I can find the
So
video.
I think the first level, Anna, is survivable. The second level, what I would call the second level, I don't think is survivable unless the guy survived. And hold on.
Farming situation at the World Trade Center.
Whoa!
Here's Gail Guayardo.
Gail! hell?
Today we are talking
where-
weight loss and hot new health trends, and who
That's
better
me
to
all
do
day.
that
I don't
with
even know
than triple
where I'm
board
at.
certified medical professional, founder and
Maybe a
director
different
of
tab.
Spectra Wellness Solutions, and lead physician and speaker for Tony Robbins' Life Mastery Health Program. My friend, Dr. Lisa Coach.
What a long-winded
Dr.
introduction.
Lisa, it's always
Jesus,
so great to see
Gail.
you.
What Dr. Lisa has to
fun
say.
to be able to connect anytime.
No, I do not. And Gail's a good friend of mine, but just to spur me up on a pre-roll like that, I don't appreciate it.
An alarming situation
Watch
at
this,
the World
Anna.
Trade Center.
Yeah, see, Anna, I don't think you saw this.
I
don't think-
didn't,
This
no.
is great. I mean, no, it's not great. It's not great. It's horrible. I don't know if the guy died or not.
No, he said he survives. He just was injured.
I mean,
I wouldn't know that. I want to know the levels.
Responded to a story, to a situation where they had to rescue a man after they say he jumped into one of the reflecting pools. CBS 2's Dave Carlin reports from
I need to know the levels of reflection, Lummy.
Manhattan now.
Here's what we know. The man jumped into the north reflecting pool and was taken out. Chopper 2 was over the scene. Here's that video. It's about 30 feet down to the bottom. The water has been turned off. We do not know the man's name yet, but we are told he is 33 years old and he injured his leg.
So he jumped into that area, bam,
which is
and
like 25, 30 feet.
Right, and then he went over, and then he like
jumped again.
Army Rangered over to this deal, and then I think he went bloop right down to the next deal.
Like doing this.
I think they'll probably show it.
Sources tell us rescuers with Port Authority police went through an access door used for
You think, Dan, they'd have a better filtration system to get all those leaves out of there, don't you think?
Yeah, it's
to get
disaster.
to this jumper.
But you see
We
that
have learned-
it's there's a screen there too, so you don't get like sucked into the drain.
He told one of the officers he did this for his father, but it is unclear if that
See,
means he
you'd have
lost
to-
anyone on 9/11. We are trying to confirm a motive.
I just pray that they're still okay, and I'm curious to know why, but not everything is going to be answered.
We saw the firefighters and the emergency personnel come down the escalator as we went into the memorial. And they said everything's fine, but they were coming in and
We have a jumper.
going to like a back room. And we figured that
sent you a
down
video.
there where we...
Yeah, this is
Of the actual jump?
Well,
Yeah.
Well, they started
nice.
recording once he was down there.
Oh.
I think this is what I think I saw, Lummy, right here.
Oh, dear.
Obviously a disturbed guy. He's not himself. This is not normal.
No, this is somebody who's got maybe a little bit of an issue.
And
Dan, would you have jumped in and saved him, or that
Hell
first
no.
jump? I don't think you can survive. The average dude can't jump in.
No.
But
What
you
is
got
Dan
one of
going to
those-
do?
If I happen to have like a rappelling rope, I'd tie it off and rappel down and then like rescue him. Yes.
Super Dan.
If I had that.
Belay on.
If you had your Batman rope,
Yeah.
you can throw your Batman rope down there.
Right.
Look at this. Emergent. Okay, so that he did Lummy. Then he
30
did.
foot.
It just shows him scraping leaves like they don't. Oh, here we go. Hold on. Horrible cannonball work.
Gotta go lengthwise.
He's reflecting, all right.
Mind you, he took that fall right
just
there behind
Pray
him.
that they're still okay, and I'm curious to know why, but not everything is going to be answered.
So why'd you piggyback that? You already did that for me.
What?
All right, so I don't know if that guy survived or not.
No, he didn't.
he
He
did
hurt his
survive.
back and leg.
Yeah, he hurt his ankle and
Is
back.
that him?
No, this is somebody different. McDonald's is giving away free fries for every Friday for the rest of the year. And they're just basically, it's pretty genius. They're trying to get you to go to the app. You got to do it all through the app. And you sign up on the app, and then you put your credit card information in there and stuff like that. And when you go on Fridays, you pull up your McDonald's.
Get it?
Pull up
Friday?
yes. Anna,
Sorry.
Thanks. Friday.
Sorry.
Yes.
Oh, hey, Bubba.
What?
I found the full
Oh, I've
video.
interrupted.
It gets taken down pretty quick, but
What do you mean it gets taken down pretty quick?
The fall?
Yeah.
The jump, I mean, it wasn't a fall.
Yeah, this is what I saw.
A 33-year-old man was apprehended after jumping into the reflection pool at the 9/11 memorial in New York City, leading to charges of criminal mischief and trespass.
And you can't sneak up on that guy to save him because he can see you coming from a mile away. So you just can't kind of sneak up on him and then grab him. Because a lot of times people that are on ledges and stuff, they'll sneak up on you and tackle you off the
Right.
ledge real fast.
Right.
I don't know if you can't really sneak up on the dude. He'd hear you wading in after him.
On October 9th, just before 1:30 p.m.,
And Dan, if you yelled, "Do it!"
You won't.
Do it.
You won't.
You won't.
Pussy.
Man, they would round you up. I heard you guys talking
think
about
so?
it yesterday. Yeah, they might. They might. I mean, it's New York.
That's true.
They do whatever they want.
Listen, you can, as long as you take $950 worth of tennis shoes, you're okay. You're not going to get arrested. And they won't even take you to jail if the crime's under $1,000. But if you tell the guy, do it, they're going to arrest you in New York.
Individual leapt into the North Pool at the World Trade Center, resulting in an immediate response from EMS.
Did he go head
The man,
first?
who
Yeah,
suffered
watch.
a leg injury but
I think they show it, but then cut it real fast, don't they?
remained in stable condition, was transported to Bellevue Hospital.
And you got to think,
my
man,
God.
down there is a big steel grate.
Yes,
It
it's
ain't-
not
it's
as easy
shallow.
to land on as the cement.
No,
That's what the problem was.
It isn't like, you're landing in some, 8 foot of water and you have a chance to. No, you're landing on a steel grate.
Right, and there's no like 4 feet of water to cushion you.
No.
Right.
4 feet.
There's,
More than that.
4
There's
inches.
There's like 3 feet of water in the first part.
Right. But the second one's just a recycling grate.
Yeah, it's just a drain.
This is the whole thing.
The NYPD has charged him with criminal mischief and trespass, and an ongoing investigation is under.
See, Dan could never do that to us because his big penis would
That's right.
would hold you
Like a triggerfish,
It
yeah.
would hold you like right there on the edge. Dan would be like, "I'm trying to pie face myself, but my penis is on the ledge.
Got stuck.
My big penis is hanging on dear life on the ledge.
Yes, I'm hanging by my penis.
I want to go ahead and off myself, but my penis is so large and can overtake my body and my
Save me.
mind that it's not letting me go over this edge. My penis is hung up on the ledge." Then when you're interviewing,
Can we get the jaws of life, please?
Underway to understand the motives behind
Oh,
it.
dear.
Hold on,
head
ready?
first.
Bye.
No.
How the hell did he survive that?
I don't know. 'Cause
Head
I think it's
first?
what's the drop?
Another 30 feet.
Another
I think.
30 feet.
Is it
It's
30 plus
deep.
30?
Yeah.
I think it's 30-30.
Oh, God.
Just the first one, you're not. I guess you got a little bit of water to land on, but the first one's got. I think you
I
like.
can't imagine that.
Yes.
Video
Can't cause
shared on
issues.
social.
Oh, God.
Is that him? Now, is that blood, Lummy, or is that his
That's what people
drawers?
have said. That
Probably
they think
blood.
it's,
What else would
blood.
it be?
Well, okay, look. So,
Videos.
oh yeah, I mean, like
Yeah, he
there's.
cut himself, obviously.
Yeah, his penis was dragged.
Oh,
Video.
You would have seen a big Italian sausage right there if it was
Look at all
Dan's
that
penis.
blood. Yeah, it's like a
Shared on
shark
social
bite.
media
Look at that.
captured the men walking towards the middle basin.
It's
and
blood
lying
because look
in
how it's
shallow
slowly
water.
washing away.
Right.
In response to the incident, security guards secured the pool's perimeter with chains to prevent further access. While the
nobody's gonna jump in. It's not like they're gonna copycat. Why do you
that
gotta
look fun? Let me do it.
Hold on, I never thought of that before. We got to chain off this whole area so nobody else will do it.
I've
Shut
always
up.
wondered about it. I've
reasons for
wondered
his
if people
actions
fallen in
remain
or jumped
unknown.
in.
Officials do not believe it was politically motivated.
Politically motivated.
Blood. That's pure blood right there.
Politically motivated. How is that politically? They want. Do you know how they want to make everything political?
Of course.
Yeah, what statement are you making?
This is some. This is
Climate
some,
change. Who
This
knows?
is some numbnut that is
Said he did it
stupid.
for his father, I thought.
And here's the deal, man. Like whatever political affiliation he would align himself with, if you'd be like, man, we don't have anything to do with that guy. Get the hell out of here. We don't want that look.
He'd be surprised.
Yeah. So anyway, every Friday, if you roll into McDonald's and you have the app and you buy at least $1 Coke or something like that, they give you some free fries. It's just the way. It's really a brilliant way to get people over to their app.
Mm-hmm. Into the restaurant.
Yeah, true. Because, I mean, you're just not going to... I mean, there's probably going to some people that buy just a Coke, which is $1. Lummy, I think all large Cokes are $1.
Yes, they have that.
So you get... I'll take a large Coke, and then I'll like that free fry. And you got to have Coke anyway, right?
Of course.
So so every Friday...
The cup costs more than the Coke, by the way. You know what I'm saying? Like in that volume of a business, that Coke costs nothing. The cup costs more than the Coke.
Yeah, Coke. I mean, the actual syrup and the carbonated water.
For $1, they're still making money.
True. So, Lummy, Howard spoke about us yesterday a little bit. And and thank you, Macho Man and Macho Man and Lummy and I don't know, one of a numerous Bubba Army that probably had the audio for you.
Yes.
That's how we get it. It's from the Bubba Army.
Thank you, guys.
Several different sources. Thank you so much.
I got a little a note from Bubba over the weekend, Bubba the Love Sponge, telling me he got COVID over at your wedding. He's ready to sue you.
How does he know he got it in my wedding, dude? You could have got it on the plane. You could have got it in the hotel where you stayed.
So, by the way, after after I heard this yesterday, I texted Ronnie and I said, Ronnie, I didn't say that to Howard. He goes, oh, I know. I was just going along with it. I go, I know, I probably did pick it up in Vegas, but I certainly didn't attribute it to your wedding.
Except for multiple people from the same wedding got sick.
Yeah, but I didn't even I didn't even
Can't put two and two together.
Howard was talking about it on Monday, and so I think over the weekend.
Yeah, he talked about it. I think last Wednesday.
Yeah, so I shot him an email knowing that he'd talk about it, saying, "Hey, I got COVID too, probably from Vegas." That's it. I wanted to make sure that I specifically didn't say it was Ronnie's wedding because I don't know for a fact that it was.
You have no idea.
I flew on a little tube, however many miles, probably cumulatively 5, probably
4,000
9 and a half, 10 total hours on a plane.
Mm-hmm.
And that recirculated stuff with the degenerates that fly Southwest like me. Chances are I got it on the plane. I didn't have my, it's hard telling where you, or maybe I got it on Fremont Street, Lummy. I went down there.
Yeah, that old lady too.
Zoldar gave it to you.
Yeah, Zoltar gave it to me.
I got a little
I didn't mean to do that.
note from Bubba over the weekend, Bubba the Love Sponge, telling me he got COVID over at your wedding. He's ready to sue you.
How does he know he
Ready to sue me? How are you really embellishing?
got it in my wedding, dude? You could have got it on the plane. You could have got it in the hotel where you stayed. He didn't stay in a hotel.
Which, by the way, he's wrong. I did stay in a host hotel. We weren't under my name.
We did. Come
on,
Ronnie. I was at the Red Rock, so I don't know why. I don't know how Ronnie gets this idea. Oh, it's just like, who the hell is coming in on here? I don't know how Ronnie got this idea that I stayed somewhere else.
He got it in my wedding. Nobody else got it. Oh, Jamie got it also, but does she know where she got it? No.
Bubba's all upset with you.
Yeah, good for him. He can go on one of his tirades again.
I'm like Ronnie.
God, so stiff.
Well, you can see Howard pull. You can see Howard let him off the hook here, though. I think.
No, he didn't blame you. He just said I got COVID in Vegas.
That's exactly what I said.
Yeah.
So, me and Ronnie are cool because I reached out to him.
Fred said that's why he wasn't going to go.
Yeah, I get it.
His girlfriend's hot, dude.
Who, Bubba's?
Bubba's girlfriend's hot. Yeah, Erica?
How do we see a picture? Let's see a merch crick.
I don't have
Howard.
We don't have any pictures yet.
If you get pictures of merch crick, I'd like to see.
Yeah.
Yes, I would.
I mean, and Dan, have you heard this yet? You haven't heard it?
This one I have not heard.
You're going to be so proud. You're going to be so proud of how I have single-handedly branded your brand.
Dave's here.
I know. I got. Not only do I know that, Anna, but I have his mic already.
Okay, just so you
potted
know.
up.
Sorry,
Didn't you hear me earlier say? Oh,
I know,
it's Jay.
but like it takes a minute for him to get settled.
Shut up.
Send you.
Thanks.
She must be. Bubba must post pictures of her online, right?
No, I don't.
Merch crick.
Giant boobs, man. Diacos.
How about that? See, Dan, there's nobody that can get that for you except your best friend.
Yes, Muffy.
Diacos.
I need to see what size Diacos she got.
They're big, dude. They're big.
Are they natural looking though, or are they those big?
No, they look great. No, they look great. It's not like you know.
Ronnie is like the absolute greatest salesman for your brand, Danny.
You stare at them like, oh, they're so or whatever. They look really good. I mean, at least the dress she was wearing at the wedding, she looked awesome.
I want to see that.
I'm sure somebody must have taken a picture of her.
I don't know all the Bubba lingo. Why does he call her Merch Crick? I understand she's the girl who hands out merchandise, but what's Crick?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know his language either.
It's funny to listen to him try to sled through our vernacular, is it not?
Yeah.
I think that's something
JD
he's always.
has something.
I think that's something he's always called a female, a crick.
True.
Crick?
Yeah.
I used to tell Coco, get these crickets out of my house. We'd have 3 or 4 of them over there on a Sunday for a pool party back when I was single at the big house. And I'd be like, Coco, get these crickets out of here, man. They're driving me crazy.
They're chirping too much.
Click it, I guess.
Chirping too much. I already got my Niz. I already got my Niz. I got Niz remorse right now. Get these. Why do we have 5 women in here? Why do I have 5 strippers in here?
They can only ejaculate once.
All right.
It's a song, like
Yeah,
a cricket.
something.
That should be a new country song. Why do I have 5 women in my bus? I can only ejaculate once. all 5 have got to go immediately. I will not be ready for another ejaculation until tomorrow morning.
They're like crickets. They rub their legs together.
Or is it
Like that. But JD, she was hot, right?
Yeah. She looked good. Yeah. I don't know. She has big boobs. Sam was saying that she looked like Dolly Parton, but I didn't think they were.
And Dan, I know that Merch Creek's got. I can talk about it, and you can. I'm giving you permission. Well, I guess I can't give permission to speak about her boobs, but I think I can potentially.
He's waiving her HIPAA rights.
I think that I'm not going to get sued on a HIPAA violation for her, and that is Dan. I don't think they're big. They're big for her body, but I don't think they're obnoxiously big.
No, they're not.
And if she wants, she can wear stuff to calm them down, like tight-fitting, sports bras and stuff like that.
And we're in Florida. We're not in, New Hampshire.
Right. I mean, chicks like to get a little bigger down here. They do.
They have less body fat and bigger breasts.
Yeah.
That's out of proportion.
Blonder hair.
Well, that's the thing. If she's in proportion, she's in really, really good shape. That's the whole thing. It wouldn't work otherwise.
That's why Anna needs to realize, man, like 325.
Life-changing, right? Life-altering.
Anna's so stupid and so bullheaded about it that she's stupid and bullheaded about it.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Sure does.
Change her life. You don't like how jujitsu changed her life for better?
My God.
No, for real.
Jiu-jitsu.
But jujitsu really, really kind of stepped up her life game a little
100%.
bit.
No doubt.
Made her more confident. It made her tougher. It just, she was kind of a little whiny ass paper tiger.
Right.
Before, for real.
I think you take her out to ring light.
Before jujitsu, and now, now she's pretty tough.
It's helping.
For sure.
Marijuana use among middle-aged women. I'm all for it. So anyway, see, that's what we do. That's honest. So what jiu-jitsu has done for you?
Yeah.
New boobs. Makes jiu-jitsu look like a paper cut.
Forget about it.
But yeah, she's very nice.
JD, on that computer, you can't pull up a picture of Merch Crick?
Well, someone's putting them up right now. You'll see it right now. Here.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
Oh, I like her.
Howard.
I like it.
Bubba looks amazing, man.
Look at that.
He's skinny.
look at him.
Yeah, they put me over too, Lum.
Yeah, I
Nobody
told
ever.
you.
Great. You look great in the wedding.
Nobody ever puts me over.
Well, Howard you could tell he really has a genuine liking for you. He
Well,
absolutely does.
It goes both ways.
He's interested. Well, that's okay, though. It
I
always
wouldn't
does.
even have recognized him.
He looks like a senator or something.
I mean, I've gone from
Mr. Love Sponge.
I've gone from
Honorable Mr. Love Sponge.
within Howard's world. I've gone from living in a van down by the river to now being a state senator or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. I think they even put me the House Speaker, don't they, Lummy?
Yeah.
Here, hold on.
And he wears
what I
these
mean?
glasses now. He wears these like JD's glasses, kind of. These black frame glasses. So he looks like this, like 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 you said, like a senator.
Looks
He
like a
doesn't
lawyer.
even look. He doesn't even look like Bubba the Love Sponge anymore. He looks like the sales manager at a radio station.
Joe. I think him and Joe could be brothers.
Could be.
Who? Oh, Joe. Yeah.
Joe.
Yeah, Joe. I like the girlfriend though. Very nice.
Yeah, she's hot. She's really nice, man.
Yeah.
Congressman Love Sponge.
Congressman. See, we should have put Clem in there. Congressman Clem.
I'm thinking he could.
And I'm telling like Sirius XM, if you got your Tom Brady of your franchise, because that's what Howard is. With Sirius XM, he has been Sirius XM's Tom Brady.
Yes.
He's the GOAT.
Mm-hmm.
Their lifeline.
You guys brought him in as the greatest broadcaster of all time because only that guy you could drive subscriptions to the level that you needed in the early stages of your format.
And for 10 years, he's produced.
Oh, longer than that.
12 years?
Oh, he's been 06.
Yeah.
06 was our so almost
17 years.
Yeah. At $100 million a year. And they can yes
every year.
I think it might have been 80 for one contract, but he's been north of 100 for probably almost all of those years.
That's incredible.
And so you've put that much into this guy deservedly.
Mm-hmm.
Why? I mean, the guy's getting older. He's got 2 more years left on his deal. Even if he re-signs, why wouldn't you be grooming the next guy to take over his audience? Because he's not going to be able to do it forever. And I am. How many years younger am I than Howard? I'm 50. He's gonna be 70 in January. I think it's January 12th.
So 12 years.
13 years
Is he
younger.
really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be 70 this January.
13 years younger.
So I'm 13 years younger. So I mean, and I'm not saying I'm better, but there's only one guy. And let me. We'd probably like to make this like a little short or something like that. Like to make this an ISO thing that I could maybe circulate and send to the great Scott Greensteins and to the Ross Sapins and the people like that. And the fact that there's only one, if you're gonna now, if SiriusXM has no plans of retaining Howard's audience when Howard says goodbye, or when he even further lessens his schedule, because that'll be the only way he resigns into which will be, I think, not the case. Let me see, 24, 25. I think his deal ends December 31st, 2025. That means he would be 71 going on 72. Now, if he would continue, which I think there's a chance, he's going to certainly ask for the same amount of money, or roughly thereabout, and less time. Mm-hmm. Give me more time off. And give me the same amount of money, or maybe a little less money and more time off. Okay. He's only going to be able to do that for one contract. That's it. Because eventually you're just like, I'm tired of getting up in the morning. I got more money than I could ever think about having, and I'm 76 years old. Okay? That's barring the fact he does another 2 or 3 years after his contract. But there's only one dude, and Howard would probably agree to this. But as I'm talking to the SiriusXM potential managers that could potentially be listening to this, what about life after Howard? Have you thought about that? If you've invested all of this money to get his audience, there's only one guy in the world that meets this criteria. And Anna, try to be the negative bitch that you are and try to shoot holes in this.
Sure.
What other air personality in all of content, not just radio, in all of content, from podcasting to Pandora to Joe Rogan to to any form of content, whether it be terrestrial radio, satellite radio, podcasting, YouTube, whatever.
Yeah.
Streaming, cable, whatever. Cable news. What other personality or content creator was, one, hand-selected by him?
Right.
Two, do the second most important drive time on his channel, Afternoon Drive. 3, whose entire staff gets along with and is great friends with. 4, whose audience knows about and knows that Howard anointed said personality. And 5, can retain that audience, and it's not a new guy in any way, shape, or form. There's only one person in the world. Now, whether those parameters I just gave out mean anything?
Well, there's a number 6, too. You're a much more mature Bubba than you were when you were on Howard 2.
Yeah,
there's a completely different show than it was at that point.
Exactly. We're not going to have any girls in here today.
Not shock the
putting
puss.
pop rocks in their vaginas, and we're not shocking any
Bubba
vaginas.
Saw.
No.
None of that stuff.
Just like Howard's show has evolved,
right.
My show has evolved the older I've gotten as well. Mm-hmm. And I think that it's similar enough, and I'm similar enough, and more importantly, I have been hand-selected, anointed, and his audience knows me.
Mm-hmm.
There's only one person that can wear all 5 or 6 of those hats, and it's me. And so, and hold on, the final hurdle being has still remained friendly with and never has spoke a bad word about, because most people that have left Howard, Jackie, and Opie and Anthony, and just they all talk crap about him.
One of the things I've hated about the radio business, just watching you, is everyone that leaves just buries each other for no reason.
Right.
Everyone does it. It's like the standard. Not you.
Not me. Never speak a bad word about Howard. You may not like what Howard does nowadays. You may not like what I do nowadays. But here's the deal. I will never be able to thank that guy enough for the global stage that he gave to me for 5 or 6 years that I worked for him. that same global stage that he gave me is the reason why I'm able to make a living doing what we do today.
At a point when no one in the whole industry would trust you.
Exactly. At the point where him and I were the two people that were let out to pasture for the Janet Jackson Nipplegate. He was the big fish. I was the very small minnow. And you know what he did? The stage that he gave me made me a smaller fish in his very large pond.
But he brought you to his giant pond, didn't he?
Prior to that, though, I was in my own little mud puddle over here, barely making it.
Around, right.
Howard came in like the crane that he is, scooped me up with his mouth, and spitted me in his pond and said, "This pond here is clean and big, buddy. I got you." And he did. He got me, and he took care of me.
And you never got in trouble on air on Sirius for anything you did too, right?
Well,
you never.
Yeah, you don't quite know.
I was going to say that.
You don't know quite everything.
Okay.
Never got fined for it.
Didn't get fined for it.
I could say that.
Did write a couple checks. Stand by.
He's Speaker of the House. We ought to know that.
We need one, right? Don't we?
Yeah.
And then finally, what other personality has that Howard cares about to this level and speaks about at this level and has this much admiration for said personality?
Well, 4 straight days of Bubba too.
We still do.
Yeah, one member of the staff.
I mean, maybe one member of the programming department would say, "Hey, listen, for 4 straight days, Bubba, Howard has talked about Bubba. Yes, Bubba did some stupid stuff when he was here, but it's nothing that we can't, that he's not sorry for and will never utter again." And when Howard wraps it up, maybe we should bring Bubba in, because you know what? As Howard's fans know Bubba, and they're Howard's fans. We'd like to keep them. We've invested. Oh my God, I'd probably say nearly $2 billion. We've invested $2 billion on this man. We have to keep that guy's base or around, right? As just not as an act of survival, but just as an act of, I mean, if they attribute Howard, I think that one time they attributed him for like 8 or 9 million, maybe 10 million people. You just can't lose that. You can't lose 10 million subscribers. You can't. They attributed him to I think 5 to 10 million subscribers. Well, when you lose that type of volume,
It's catastrophic.
It's catastrophic. Why wouldn't you bring in a guy that guy likes, that was hand-groomed and hand-picked by that guy?
Ask the Buccaneers.
Yeah.
They replaced Tom Brady with nobody, and they got no one in the stands.
No,
you can't replace a goat with a nobody.
Right.
You got to replace a goat with someone that's also great.
You got to replace a goat with at least a lamb or a sheep. You can't throw, an ostrich in there.
No.
You got to be the same species.
Right.
At least I'm the same species
You're
as
a ram.
Howard. At least I'm a ram. He's the goat, and I'm one of his rams.
Right.
Why wouldn't you put one of his little rams in there to do what he could do?
Think about how different he got too, though.
What's that?
Think about how different he got in 20 years. He was doing Fart Man, being hung into stage when he was giving awards away, and now look how mature his show is.
Sure.
It's a completely different show,
just like ours is.
Exactly.
And just like I'm just telling you, Sirius XM, what are you thinking?
Bubba before, but he looks surprisingly human. That was the quote. Surprisingly human. He looks handsome. Good for him.
Everybody loved him, man. It was nice. I'm glad that we had the whole discussion and he decided to come. It was great.
I mean, so and Howard's staff likes me too.
Well,
so I mean, don't
you added to the wedding.
Sal
He's
and
like,
Richard.
everybody loved you. You know what I mean? It's like you were a good addition to the wedding. You made the wedding a more fun event. Everyone enjoyed you. That's awesome. You light a room up of people like that. Not a lot of people can do that.
No, but I can.
Yes,
you're electric.
But they're gonna just let me. They're gonna just let me. They're gonna let Howard go off into the sunset, and then they're gonna say like, "Oh, you know what? I actually did have some insight as to what their mindset is," and they're like, we're gonna just go try to find some of the younger social influencers, and so that's what they're gonna try to do.
Another Charlemagne.
Just like when we first signed up, and they went and got Martha Stewart and Oprah and Jamie Foxx and paid millions and millions of dollars for these people that don't know how to do radio.
Right, and they were dead ends.
And Oprah's channel lost money, and Martha Stewart's channel lost money, and Andy Cohen's or whoever, his channel lost money. You're still doing radio. You're still doing spoken word monologue-based, opinion-based / shocking opinion radio.
Without two things.
You're not
no audience and no retakes.
And most people, the Jamie Foxxes, the Martha Stewarts, the people in TV that come from that side of the deal, most of them are not that good at spoken word, monologue, live on a high wire, no safety net type of forum.
Yep. The last couple of days made that painfully obvious. As good as Anna did, no one can do it like you did.
Well,
it reminded me of the days when you would take a break and it would be Spice Boy and Brent and Manson, and they were terrible. They could not hold the show together without you. You are undoubtedly the person that can do a Super Beats promo, a radio thing. You can riff on any topic, on any subject for a minute, 4 minutes without any hesitation, without ums or ahs. You're the best at it.
Well, thank you, my friend, and you're pretty damn good at what you do.
Well, no, but it does make. I mean, she did a good job, but it's different. It's totally different without you. It is the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Well, thank you for the obvious.
Well, I'm so sorry, but I mean, as we're talking about,
thanks, Brad Mom.
You can't just go away. We can't just fill you with Anna.
That'd be like me walking in and saying, I just want to let you know, Jay.
Brad's mom.
I want everybody in here to know that this place right now doesn't work the same way when Jay's here than when he's not here. Just for those that didn't know that.
And Jay does a Jay Diaco better than anyone else can do a Jay Diaco.
And nobody can do Jay Diaco better than, Jay Diaco.
Oh, God.
The show's spontaneous. It's unscripted. That's his charm.
Bubba the Love Sponge. But it's a federal offense.
Bubba the Love Sponge returns after this.
It's like him getting nominated for Academy Award for playing himself. Howard played himself unbelievably.
I think he did get nominated.
He got nominated for Private Parts.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know.
I don't know. You know, you're the pro.
I don't know. I don't know.
What's up, Jay Costica? What is up? Oh, thank you on the smoke show. Yeah, Holy Oak Joe, I see what you're doing, playing both sides of the field. It's cool.
Maybe not.
Morning, Bam Boy. What's up, BR916? Thank you, Steve. Okay, old man. I gotta pee. Yeah, I need water.
You Brian paying $50 on the Venmo.
Who?
Brian from Philly.
How much?
50, Venmo.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you, Brian from Philly. Is he coming for Bubba 199?
He's not sure yet. Florida. Now, Steve, good morning. Good morning, Bubba the Love Sponge show. How may I help you? Greg, we will be back in about 2 minutes and about 20 seconds. So if you want to hold on, we'll be right back. Thank you. What's up, man, boy? What?
Go here. I got it. Stay. I miss you, but we'll talk to you.
Digging the ditches out there. All the time. Morning, Felix.
What's up, Dark Match? Felix the Cat. Unity. I'm a boy. The other one.
Bubba the Love Sponge! I love everything about the show. Every day for 4 hours, man. It just makes time fly by.
Gotta be Bubba.
Just awesome. I love it.
And I spent about 2 hours in my car when it's supposed to be a 20-minute break.
Yeah.
I love it.
We need some new one of these.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
And who's working on them?
I hope they are. Oh, don't forget, what is it, Lummy? MyBookie.com, promo code Bubba.
Yes, it is.
I don't have, usually I'd be able to go to MyBookie.com, promo code Bubba, and have my own little stash of money built up. They gave me this little play money, and I can play like single-handed blackjack with you to watch me do it. You can watch me make some sports bets and anything. Whether it's a prop bet, whether it's a money line, whether it's Major League Baseball playoffs, whether it's NHL, whether it's NFL, and whether it's, if you can think about it and it's an organized, sanctioned sport, chances are you can bet on it on the sports book. And then there's all types of casino games, live casino games, from roulette to poker to Texas Hold'em to slot machines. Like Bet DSI's got it all. And let me, hopefully the Bet DSI guys can give you some of my more fake money again.
Or my bookie.
What's that?
Or my bookie.
Oh, what am I going to? Make sure you cut that part out, okay?
What was I saying at the end of the last clip?
I don't know what I'm saying. I'm sorry, mybookie.com, promo code Bubba. None of that's the Bet DSI gimmick, Lummy. That was 3 clients ago.
Yeah, they don't compare to my bookie.
No, my bookie is like the, oh my God, like the wah-wah / really clean and slick looking site. So, Lummy, little editing Willie, if you could, on this, okay? Yes, exactly. mybookie.com. And use promo code Bubba. Hopefully the MyBookie people will get together some funds, Lumby, and throw us together like maybe $20K in an account.
Yes, please.
We can start going crazy. MyBookie.com.
Promo code Bubba.
Promo code Bubba. Let me get the razor blade nice and sharp on that one. Don't forget today's after show. It's a Twitch Tuesday, so it will be over there for the after show. We'll start that about 10:15, 10:20. It'll probably go an hour.
Okay.
Yes. Hello. Yes.
Hello. How are you? Is this?
This is Bubba.
Mr. Bubba, how you doing? My name's Jimmy. Your call screener was polite enough to put me on. I'm reaching out for some help, man.
Okay.
My name's Jimmy. Like I said, I have a fight show. It's called Dad Wars. It's Real Dad versus Stepdad, and I have been trying to pitch it to the WWE. Just recently, I got declined after 5 weeks of the UFC looking at it.
So hold on. It's called. Hold on. It's called Dad Wars.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, we're on Instagram.
Okay, and is it dads fight? I mean, like, what's the prerequisite with regards to? Is it like just dads that are men that are fighting each other that are both happens to be fathers?
No, stepdad versus real dad. He said.
Oh, I did not hear.
Yeah. Let's put it like this. I'm the real Joe Dirt. I submitted this to the WWE about 11 years ago. Actually, this October.
Well, now listen. Hold on. I'm not going to let you. I'm not going to let you besmirch the great Joe Dirt in my world. The Joe Dirt in my world is my track announcer. He's world famous here in these parts. He's one of the best. His name's Joe Dirt, and he's one of the best track announcers in the history of mankind. Yes. So, I don't know that, and he's been around 25, 30 years, dirt track announcing. So there is a real Joe Dirt. He's a good friend of mine, and he happens to be my track announcer. So you can be a Joe Dirt too, but don't say you're the original Joe Dirt, because I don't know that you are.
Well, okay. How's this? I will take that.
You can say I am the Joe Dirt within the world that you are participating in, but you're not the Joe Dirt on the movie set. You're not the Joe Dirt that is one of the greatest dirt track announcers ever to live, and you might be the Joe Dirt in the little microcosm that you live in. So great, Joe Dirt. How are you?
I'm doing great, Mr. Bubba. And, okay, I am Joe Dirt 2.0. Is that sufficient with you? Are we okay?
I like
I'm
that.
not the original. I'm just the 2.0.
Yes.
Thank you, good sir. So I submitted it to the WWE about, 10, 11 years ago. They looked at it, but it went to their character development department. So they really never looked at the show format. It's 3 rounds where it's real dad versus stepdad. And when I went through a horrific divorce, and it was literally bat crazy. You know what I mean? It was a Hollywood script. I came up with the idea of Dad Wars, where the first round, it's oversized boxing gloves. Second round, they square off in the middle of the ring as they oil each other up as we play Abba Dancing Queen underneath a disco ball. And they get to know each other and engage in ancient Victorian oil wrestling. Third round, I call it the battle bat round, where it's we don't let the oil go to waste. They use a baseball bat and whack the hell out of each other from the wiffle ball bats. And then we offer remote family counseling at the end, obviously with some cash prize.
Why don't you just pour gasoline on them and light them on fire on the 5th round? I mean,
buddy, listen, there's been some, hold on, there's been some really, really good, successful organizations take a look at your concept, and I'm going to have to believe that they think that didn't probably work for their audience, or they just didn't like it, and so they passed on it. There's a reason why nobody picked it up. They didn't like it. You might like it. Okay. You may think it's great, and very well may be, but they obviously didn't pass their smell test, whether it be WWE or UFC or anything like that.
May I share something with you, if you don't mind?
Sure, go ahead.
Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm an Uber driver, okay? This is what I do. I talk to a lot of people. I bounced the idea off them, literally the format, just the way I gave it to you, sir. You know how many people think the show sucks? As God is my judge?
All of them.
No.
No, none of them.
I'm rounding near 900 people. No, seriously, I'm rounding nearing 900 people who love the show, the concept, the idea. They love the name.
Then, buddy, here's in today's world, guys like you don't have to necessarily rely on big corporate / well-produced, slick, fight promotion McGillicuddy. You can go out and secure some small funding and do this on your own. Hold on, do it on your own, the way that you see it, the way that you vision it. You could be the commissioner and the owner and everything, and you do this. You produce it and you put it together, and then you throw it up on YouTube and let the world decide how good it is. If it's really, really good, you then take those stats to the people that you've spoke to previously, and now you potentially are armed with some data that they may or may not be interested. If you're like, if you put the first bout together and you got 5 million views on YouTube. You know what? Dana White and who's ever in charge of WWF nowadays or AEW, that would probably be some digital currency that might, get them a little bit more excited about your project. But just initially, just spoken word describing your concept, you're going to sit here for another 10 years and tell everybody how good it could be, or you could go out and put together something that people could see that could do well, that would get you signed for sure. If it's good. You can do things now on your own. Back in the day, you used to have a record label for you to be an artist, the guy north of Richmond,
right?
That in
That's
itself,
the exact example.
Here's a guy who didn't need a record label. He just had a really good song, a really different delivery. Some people say he was an industry plant. Whatever.
He's not.
Justin Bieber was like that. He started singing. People loved him. He became a multimillionaire.
Even if you are an industry plant, your stuff still has to be good enough to get people to watch. So that's kind of what
An Uber poll may not be sufficient for a production company to say you got a good idea.
But if you had 5 million views on YouTube with said product, that means something.
That's currency
to a guy that's looking for something like that. There's always people looking for good content. There's so many distribution places now. Though you got the vast, huge, land of streaming. They're all, and there's a writer strike going on right now, so they're looking for good stuff. But it might take you putting it together.
You got to put together a pilot.
Yeah, you got to put together a pilot.
Welcome to UFC 200, and in the left corner, fighting with male pattern baldness and fighting with his with a tummy that's getting bigger and bigger and bigger is Mr. Jones.
And fighting to a guy that's actually related to him because he's his stepfather out of Green Bay, Wisconsin. Fighting!
Good luck, kid. Good luck, kid.
See you later. Keep that Uber job, my friend.
Yeah, definitely.
Don't forget today's after show on Twitch, twitch.tv/The Bubba Army. We'll start it at 10:20. Hello.
Hey, good morning, Bubba. Steve, the grumpy old man.
Hey, Steve. How are you?
Good, sir. I actually have a question for Dr. Dan since he's still there.
He is still here. Yes, go ahead.
Hey, Dr. Dan, I'm getting some blood work done next week, and mainly to check my PSA levels.
Good call.
I was wondering, I'm sorry?
Good call.
Smart thing to do.
Smart.
Well,
Get your CEAs, too.
I'm sorry, what was that?
CEA for colon cancer, too. Screen that one while you're getting these types of markers.
Well, I'm a prostate cancer survivor.
Oh, good for you.
That's
Congratulations.
why I'm doing the PSAs. My question is, in a regular blood workup, do they check for your T levels also?
Testosterone being T? No.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because sometimes it's thyroid too. But no, you have to have that specific test. It just needs to be ordered, added to the test. It's very easy to do. They're already taking multiple vials, so it shouldn't be a big deal to add that.
All right, so all I got to do is just ask them to do that also.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
All right, buddy.
You're welcome.
Appreciate
Good luck.
it. Thanks.
Thank you.
So, while I was down with the COVID, I spent a ton of time watching TV. Like, what else are you going to do?
Yeah.
And so I watched a few things, and I think I watched this chick flick that's a super chick flick that I hope doesn't show how much. I mean, I actually thought it was kind of cute, and I'm sure that Anna's going to give me an unhinged type deal on this. But let me find me the new Jennifer Lawrence. It's on Netflix, and it's about her being like a 32-year-old chick, and this Matthew Broderick, by the way, Dan, and his wife are like these super rich people, and they live in like a I don't know if it's like a Martha's Vineyard or something like that, but it's a summertime home somewhere in the Northeast.
And I like him.
And they're sending their nerdy ass kid to Princeton in the fall, and they're trying to get him laid or like turn him in like he's so snowflaked out, and just like the way a lot of kids really, really are nowadays.
The ones that get into Princeton.
I think there was No Hard Feelings.
Yes,
right?
No Hard Feelings.
I sent you the trailer.
And after I watched it, I'm like, okay, I thought it was pretty good.
Wasn't she naked in it?
Oh yeah, yes. Like,
really?
Yeah.
Full on?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. Full on. And I've always thought that she was just sexy as hell.
She's
right?
fire.
And
Dan's
I like
coming in hot.
Oh yeah, Dan's coming in.
She's gotten better looking as she's gotten older. I didn't think she was super hot when she was 20, but I think she's gotten better looking.
You know what she kind of reminds me of, and I hope that you don't get mad at me. She kind of reminds me of your wife, Jay Candle.
No, I think there's some similarities.
I think there is. Like your wife. In her, I think she's probably, how old is Jennifer Lawrence in real life?
33.
Yeah, she's probably a little bit younger than your wife, but she reminds me.
My wife looks like her at 41.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. She looks like Candle a little bit, and she's pretty badass. And so I watched this, and then I got done with it. I'm like, that was kind of cute, but I think I just watched a chick flick.
You didn't realize it until the end when you were crying?
No, first of all, I didn't cry.
Did you get misty-eyed?
No, I didn't.
Come on. Tell me the truth.
No.
At no point in the movie you didn't get misty-eyed.
No, because it's not a misty-eyed deal.
Okay, because I did a little bit during The Notebook. Didn't you with that one?
I've never watched The Notebook.
I'm not The Notebook. The one that she was in with Bradley Cooper. It was a hell of a movie.
Where they were crazy.
Oh, yeah.
They're both crazy.
The dancing one. That movie was a hell of a movie.
Dancing.
So anyway,
Eagles.
I'm going to play the trailer. And Anna, I don't know if you'll watch it or not because it's a.
I've seen the trailer. I'm aware of the movie.
Okay, so like I watched it and I'm thinking I watch things based on whether there's two people that I use to gauge, Dan and Anna, and Dan will like it because I like it. And so Dan will like it.
He'll like anything you like. And
Exactly.
He likes to cry too.
Yeah, exactly. And then I think, well, do I mention it to Anna, or is this going to be another Unhinged where I knee-jerkingly think something's good? I mention it to Anna, and it's really bad. It sucks. It's actually.
And I don't need movies to be like masterpieces.
I know,
but Unhinged was pretty bad.
But I think that like this is borderline. You could think would be kind of cute.
Yeah.
I think, and I also watched something that you probably would like, and I fell asleep halfway through it, so I have to finish it today. But that's with Bill Burr, and it's called Old Dads.
Oh, I heard that's funny.
It is, but but it gets to like
honestly, it looks lame as hell. But if it's good, if you say it's good,
it's not that good.
All right.
And
it's probably only good if you're an old dad.
And here's why.
Misery.
Here's why it's not good.
Why?
Because Bill Burr is so brilliant and so good at stand-up that I think it waters his brand down.
Oh, no doubt.
And I think that, and I don't want to say he's a sellout, because if you can get a movie deal through Netflix,
ain't no shame in making money.
There ain't no shame making money. And you know what? You're taking your stand-up craft and trying to diversify it into an acting craft, and you do a great job. I just think.
I sent you that trailer too.
You're so good at stand-up that you've almost because of how good you are at stand-up, you've almost set yourself up to fail when you finally try to act because you're so good at stand-up.
Wasn't he in like The Mandalorian or Boba Fett or something like that?
Yeah,
He's been a couple small things.
But he had very small roles.
Right.
This is.
I don't think he's had a movie that he supported
this is
the whole main
all
character.
about him. He's the lead act. He's the lead guy here.
He's kind of playing his dad. He's playing like this stiff old school dad.
He's kind of playing the way that Joe
exactly
and the way that we were raised.
Doug Clem.
Yeah. But let me first play an Anna. I don't know if I'm going to get you to watch it or not. Dan, I know you're going to watch it because it shows full nude Jennifer Lawrence.
Full frontal.
Yes.
No.
I don't know. It kind of
body double.
It might be. Let me just play. Let me
She's
just
a big
play.
enough star now.
Let me play the trailer in the. You've seen the trailer.
And her nudes have been leaked, so everyone's already seen her naked.
Yeah, everyone's seen her.
All right. Here's the movie. Here's the trailer.
Hi. Mind if I touch your wiener?
What?
Dog.
Stop! Gary!
Court order for asset seizures.
And here's the thing, Anna. One of the reasons why I think you might like it is because we all know somebody that's cute and batty and dingy and always grinding and trying to get ahead. And, like we all kind of know that person. Kind of.
So they're taking my car?
You went radio silent on me.
Is that what this is about? Just last night, I thought, I missed that fucker.
Is that true?
Hold on. So she dated this guy. She went out with this dude like 3 times, and she ghosted him. So now her car. So now hold on, her car is getting repoed, and of course she tries to throw on the slut charm because that all of us guys go for, and she almost has this guy. But wait,
true.
Buongiorno.
That's my
Dr. Dan from Circa 89 comes out. She was getting blasted by Dan Circa 89 watch, and the tow truck driver almost fell for it.
Just last night, I thought, I missed.
What?
Is that true?
Buongiorno.
That's my cousin. Gary, I swear to God, he's my cousin. He's my second cousin.
There's something seriously wrong with you.
I'm an Uber driver, and
Hold on here.
I don't have a car. I'm going to lose my house. You think I chose this?
Again, Anna, it's a little cheese at times.
That's
but
fine. Sometimes you're in the mood for that.
Need a car, date our son this summer, and bring him out of his shell before college. In exchange, we'll give you a Buick Regal. Date is in quotes. It's got to be a joke, right?
No, have you seen these helicopter parents? I'm surprised they're not going to fuck them themselves.
Oh, hold on.
Oh.
Just been so worried about our son.
He's going to Princeton in the fall.
Oh, I've heard of it. You know, we tried everything to bring him out of his shell.
He doesn't come out of his room. He doesn't talk to girls. Doesn't drink.
So when you say date him, do you mean date him or date him? Yes.
Date him. Date him hard.
Okay. I'll date his brains out.
Like it's pretty funny, and she does give him some ass.
Oh, good.
She gets him some ass.
Sounds
He
like a great movie.
volunteers at the animal shelter. Hi. Mind if I touch your wiener?
What?
Your dog. How about I give you a ride home?
This isn't the way to my house.
It's a shortcut.
And Dan, you're gonna like it
In a
because she's
creepy van?
because she's so aggressive. Like she just practically she takes it from him.
Mm-hmm.
She's like Ashley. She wants it. She takes it.
You're my hostage. What you got down there? Something for me?
And this guy's so and this kid is so snowflake and so woke that he actually thinks that she's trying to kill him.
That's so funny.
You're 19. Grow up. This kid is unfuckable.
Have a drink together.
He'll have a Long Island iced tea.
Yeah, I mean that's
He'll
all.
have a Long Island iced tea too. The first drink for everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the worst iced tea I've ever had.
One thing about me, I'm the baddest alive.
Dance parties.
Just don't know what to do. I just know my mom would have wanted me to save the house.
He's probably just nervous. Why don't you loosen him up?
We can go skinny dipping.
What about sharks?
None here.
Jellyfish?
Not the season.
So she's literally going. She's nude. She's nude,
Yeah.
going in the water, and he's thinking of every excuse.
It's really the lack of lifeguards. Let's get the fuck in here right now. Okay.
She's
It sounds like a fun movie.
Oh,
It
it's
sounds
funny.
like a fun movie.
It really is, man.
Yeah, I'll watch that.
It really is, and there's some great
Nude scenes.
probably body double nude scenes, but certainly hot.
I'm in.
No, they said she came out and said it was her.
Really?
Oh, she did?
Yeah.
Oh, then.
And I saw 14 seconds of this. There's a F word, so.
Where
just so
at?
you know. At 14 seconds.
Oh, at 14?
Always wanted to be a dad.
See, I was disappointed in this because Bill Burr is so brilliant at stand-up. He is so good. He's one of the, in my opinion, he's probably top 5 currently.
Absolutely.
So good. It just his internal timing is he's just so good. He's just a breath of fresh air. Him and Chappelle.
And he confronted counterculture in the last 3 or 4 years where just a few people did. He's pretty.
It just took 40.
I almost think he
He's
did sell
brave.
out.
He's brave.
He is brave.
But he's just, this is so beneath him.
He's more brave than Chris Rock.
6 years for it to happen. Just rub some dirt on him.
You might want to put a little Neosporin on her. That thing could get infected.
Oh, yeah? Are you a doctor? Or are you just like one of those WebMD guys?
This is common knowledge. You want to keep the cut clean.
And here, not a pussy. So why don't you just go on Twitter and go share this story where you're the hero?
Hold up.
So there's some really there's some really brilliant, like there's some Bill Burr brilliant monologue. I just think wrapped all. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not familiar with Bill as an actor.
But that does show you a complete difference between parents right now.
Oh, this is exactly
that's Danny and me right there, the bald guy.
This is exactly what's happening to our people do dad this way.
Yes.
And people on both sides of the spectrum.
Danny and I are old dads technically. We're 10 to 15 years older than the parents around us.
And Lummy, I think that you're kind of raising Walker up the same way.
Yeah.
You're not?
100%.
I don't think you're babying him. I don't think if he gets a cut that you're putting Neosporin and sequestering him for all weekend.
Nope.
What's up, party people? You happen to check that new joint from Lil Baby? Come on, pound it out.
It's okay, thanks.
What? He's flick.
Oh.
Flickety flick.
So anyway, Anna, you haven't watched either.
No, I haven't.
I would say you might not like the Bill Burr, but I think there's a small chance, honest to God, I think there's a small chance that you might like the...
Oh, I think so.
The
Like I
Jennifer
said, I
Lawrence
don't need to
deal.
watch like a masterpiece every time if it's entertaining.
Dan.
What was it, Silver Linings Playbook? Same character, a sexually aggressive character. She's good at it. She was sexually aggressive
That was
in
it,
that movie,
though.
too.
The Silver Linings Playbook. That was a great movie. She's awesome when she's a little crazy in a movie. She's awesome when she plays someone just
Hunger
that one
Games,
screw loose.
Mockingbird. Whatever. Remember, she was in Hunger Games.
Yeah,
I
but she was just desperate.
I like those movies.
In
They
those
were okay.
movies. She was
The
desperate.
first two were okay, and then
noble.
it got really cheesy.
Yeah, but like I said, when she plays someone that's just
Who's
a little crazy,
Let
she's
me,
awesome.
Who's she? Is she married? Is she?
She has
single,
a
I think.
kid. I think she is married. What was that movie she was in with Bradley Cooper? It was called like American.
Silver Linings Playbook.
Silver Linings
There was a
Playbook.
few. There was a few.
Oh, there was?
American something.
Psycho.
That was a
Oh,
good
no,
movie.
you're right. American Hustle.
Yes.
Yes,
That was
that
such
was
a
a
good
good
movie.
movie, too. Academy
And she was a little
Award-winning movie.
crazy there.
Yeah,
That was a
that was a
great
good movie,
she
too.
I think
was
she was
crazy.
the mistress.
She
You're
is
right.
married, Bubba.
Did I see American? What's that, Lummy?
She is married.
It's with Christian Bale.
Yep.
And
That was a
Jennifer
great movie,
Lawrence
American
and
Hustle.
Bradley Cooper.
Yeah,
and it's like a whole big FBI sting thing,
Yep,
like
yep,
in the
yep.
70s, 80s.
Yeah, it was
Killer.
really good.
Killer movie.
I'm gonna have to look it up. American Hustler.
Yeah,
Hustle.
American Hustle. You'll love it. It's
Hello.
a great movie.
Bubba,
Yeah.
I got a question for Dan.
Yeah. We get them every day. A lot of them. They're usually stupid. But anyway, go ahead.
So,
It's usually common
my
sense with
wife,
David.
she-
It's usually common sense with Dr. Dan, where even a person that's not Dr. Dan or a doctor or a lawyer could answer the question. But anyway, go ahead.
New TV show concept?
No.
so my wife, she's got like she's at the verge between like double D, triple D tits.
Okay.
So
Let's call sir.
Can we call them
Yeah.
tentacle breasts?
Can we just call them Diacos?
That's what I'm trying to get at. I
Yeah.
want them to be Diacos.
Well, why don't you say is my wife's got some natural Diacos that
He
are
said,
double.
no, you can't say T's.
Yeah, you can't say the T word.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Anyways, she lost about 15, 20 pounds. She's about 165 pounds now. Anyways, they're huge, but they're drooping a little bit. She wants to get them sucked up,
Reduce.
a little bit of a reduction, I guess.
She probably wants what
maybe,
Dan would call a lift.
A left or reduction? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to
And or both.
perk them up a little bit. How much would that
How much?
about cost?
How much is that going
Let me-
for?
He's going to negotiate on the air, Bubba.
Dan, look at your at your price list there, and
Look,
tell me how
I
much it
got
costs to
no-
perk him
I
up
had
a
no
little
idea.
bit.
Just
Let
a
me see here.
ballpark.
Looks like that's about an $8,400 per cup, Willie.
Please start bargaining.
Listen, I'm not Dan, but I would
Hey,
say,
look,
hold on,
no
I'm not.
bargain, just the
Hold on,
ballpark.
let me just give you this, and Dan will correct me if I'm wrong because this is his world and his business. But I would think off the top of my head that a perk up with a lift up, maybe some lipo Willie, you might be looking at about $8,500. I don't know, Dan. What do you think?
It all depends. And so the best way to give him an accurate number is for him to send an email to info@drdiaco.com, and then you can send pictures, and I can give you a real number instead of just making up a number. Because sometimes if someone's just a little heavy and they have the breasts are beautiful, but they're just a little heavy, I'll just liposuction them, and that's a lot cheaper than doing a lift.
Yeah, so that could be like
liposuctioning the breasts can take an hour and have 3 little scars, whereas a lift takes 3.5 hours and has a lot of scarring. And so it depends on where we're at. And I'd be reluctant to give you a price because it's not going to be accurate unless I see where I'm starting with.
Right.
But say Bubba Army, because that
You'll
makes a
get a
difference
discount.
with Danny. That's the whole thing, is you will get a discount if you say Bubba Army.
Yeah,
Period.
absolutely.
Even at Jay's place. Jay will take a little off top for you.
Okay,
Shut up,
awesome.
Jay.
What's that email?
info@drdiaco.com, or
What's that
just go
email?
to drdiaco.com and you can email us directly from the website.
And you can send a
Okay,
your
awesome.
wife can send a
We'll
picture.
send a picture, and then we'll give you
Hold
the real
on.
number.
Let me just tell you this though. I don't even work for Dr. Dan, but I'm saying he's going to probably want a front-on a picture, a side picture, and then another side picture. Am I right, Dan?
Correct.
He's going to want her facing the camera, then left side, and then
No
right
face.
side.
Just shoulders.
No, I meant facing like.
Oh, facing the camera. Yeah, yeah.
Don't have to crop it off at her chin or her shoulders.
Collarbone down.
Collarbone on down,
Okay.
front facing, side facing, side facing. info@drdiaco.com.
Please.
Bob Army.
Awesome. I'll do that.
He
Thanks,
can
guys.
gauge those willies up and give you an estimate. Okay.
Okay, cool.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Jesus, has this turned into a call-in show?
Looks like
What the
it.
hell happened? I don't like calls. I don't need you people. Sorry. Hello.
Hey, morning, guys. You were talking about movies. I was wondering if you and Diakos had checked out the preview for the new Ferrari movie.
No, I'm not. I'm sure Dan has.
Either.
What's it called?
Yeah,
Ferrari.
check it out. It's pretty cool.
What's it about?
What
It is called
is
Ferrari.
it? No, it's just
Ferrari?
called
It's
Ferrari.
just about Ferrari? Is it about
It says
Enzo?
Ferrari.
Is it like a biopic?
Looks sounds stupid to me. Hello. If I want to look at Ferraris, just go over to your house and watch a movie on the damn deal. Hello.
Hey, what's up? Good morning, guys. How are y'all?
Good. Quickly.
Yeah, I just saw an article, and I hate to burst everybody's bubble, but I think it was a body double. Jennifer Lawrence, it was a body double.
It was?
Yeah, I don't think she hired a body double. I don't think it was actually
She's come
her,
out and said that she
Let me
said she feels comfortable in her
Do
body.
we believe Bing or Google? I don't know.
I want you to stay on this channel. More bullying and brutality after this. That's real nice.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Thank you, buddy. I'll text you later today.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if the caller wants to, you can go to intouchweekly.com and see where it says that she had no problem dressing down for the movie. She is comfortable in her body. So if someone wants to write an email saying that I was wrong, I have an article. Now, do you believe In Touch Weekly? They have a quote from her?
Yeah, whatever you say, Lummy, I believe you. I'm gonna pull the Lummy card and just say I believe I was. Yes, yes, Lummy. Yes, Lummy. Everything. I say, who cares as long as the tits look good. That's my official speech. As long as them titties are popping, I don't care whose titties they are.
I watched your interview on that racing show. You've got the most views of any of them.
I think so.
There's a few thousand. Kirk's driver, Denny Hamlin, was on there, or whatever, Davey Hamlin. I think he had 150 views.
Really?
Yeah.
The second part came out.
Yeah, it came out last night. I'm going to watch it today. The first one was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
It was really good. Morning, everybody. So Jay Bowlers, Airseas, Kenny Powers. How's everybody doing? Steve, thanks for calling in, buddy. Holyoke Joe. Yeah, did you watch number one, Holyoke Joe? It's pretty good. 6,200 now?
I watched it 62 times. What up, Big Red? Trizzo, how you doing, buddy? Couple weeks there, Steve. What up, Grouper Lips? CRC's, what up, buddy? 10-12, how's everyone doing over there? 200 here, 300. Camper Scott, what up? What's up, Heather Spin Instructor? Bama Boy, Mernon? It's still in my son's top 3, I would say, Bama Boy. I may be flying the Crimson Tide colors one day. What up, Brian? Yo. Bubba Nash. Jake Kostika, good morning. What up, Lever Gruber? Ned's Herps. How's everybody doing? If my son goes to Alabama, we're hanging out one night, Bama Boy. For sure. Oh, he does? Right, okay. Well, I'll hang out with him. Does he come around the bar?
You guys can tell me it's Alabama.
I'd be happy to. I'm sure those tailgates are fun as hell.
Oh, you know it.
Jacob's team
Show.
go.
Hey, what's up?
She's not going to watch that movie, Holyoke.
I'll watch that movie.
That one more than the Bill Burr one, I think, right?
Yeah.
You're not allowed to relate to the Bill Burr.
Well, it doesn't mean I can't be funny. I like funny. All the funny may manifest itself.
But like when I was your age, King of Queens was not a funny show, or like Raymond, the shows that were about marriage and having kids and having a wife. For me, I just found zero funny because there's nothing to relate to. So it wouldn't surprise me if you just like, it's okay.
Yeah.
But for us, some of the things like that little scene makes me laugh out loud because there's so many bitch dads. It's unbelievable.
I know. I just feel like it's predictable. So that's
well, I agree.
Because I know Bill Burr. I know like.
And some of it you think yourself. Worse.
Oh yeah. No, I don't think
so
I don't think that at all. I know it does.
Yeah.
I'll still watch it.
Yeah, the show looks pretty funny. The girl from Jennifer Lawrence one.
Yeah.
Her crazy acting was awesome.
No, I like her a lot actually as an actress.
She's like your age.
She's a little younger than me. She's 33.
Yeah, she's 25. 35.
I'll be 37 next year.
Wow, you can no longer say middle 30s.
Yeah. Well, I can say mid-30s probably.
You can. 34 to 36.
Yeah.
37, you got round up.
Yep. Or late 30s. Crazy.
That's hers.
Live from Tampa, Florida, home of the big, fat, greasy bitch, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. And now, here's your host, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Wow. Maybe Dan would certainly be able to understand what I'm talking about, and Jay as well. Just because Anna, you, and Lummy are in, and Rhett and Macho are in my world, so when we get thrown some kudos by people that we don't know, we collectively can share and bask in the glory. But Jay, nothing's better than when you know, somebody completely that you don't know speaks about your ability as a lawyer.
Yep.
And it's very favorable, and you don't know the person, And like it's just a pretty favorable, like, you know, if somebody was like ranking like, hey, this is Jerry McGillicuddy, and I'm going to give you the top 5 personal injury for law firms, medical mal in Tampa, Florida. We're starting out with number 5. It would be Morgan & Morgan. You got the familiarity and the huge marketing and the biggest injury law firm in the world going for you at number 5, and then blah blah blah. And then there's this really good guy. His name's Jay Diaco, and he owns Diaco Law, and it's him and his brother, and it's kind of a smaller boutique deal, but they've really got some pretty good judgments and some pretty good awards, and they I know somebody that blah 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 blah, and Diaco is pretty cool.
Yes.
Like it really makes you feel super good about yourself.
It does, and when it happens time to time, it's usually, I watched your closing, it's usually about you, to be honest.
Oh, well, thank you. Of which, we got to get that. We've got to get, I know that you say you have it. I know
but I don't want to swerve. You're making a point. I will get it for you, I promise.
Okay. Because it could be huge for us.
Okay.
It could be huge for me, and where I'm going with this, and it could be huge for your brand as well. I think you could get just as much recognition and piggybackness off of that video if we hashtagged it up right and did it correctly.
Sure.
It's certainly one of your. Would you not agree that it's certainly one of your top 5 best pieces of closing?
There's many of those days at top 5. Because the thing is, when you're a lawyer, no one sees you. You're in a courtroom, there may be 20, 30 people there. It's not like the Trump trial. It's not like anything else where there's cameras in the courtroom. But because it was you, there was a death case where the guy threw the baby in the baby carrier. Remember that one?
Right.
That was going on at the same time as your trial. There was a wrongful death tobacco litigation case going on, and there was yours. And the only one that had any error was yours. So for 2 weeks, my peers got to watch me under very difficult circumstances perform and under pressure. And so for that whole 2 weeks, that's where judges, doctors, lawyers, lay people, regular people saw what it looks like to be in a courtroom. And, it was every day gavel to gavel. So, and it also showed your ability as a witness to perform and how actually taking the stand can in some instances be the right thing to do.
Yeah, I've never not taken the stand in any case I've ever been in.
And the one time we did a mock trial where they didn't have you take it, what happened?
We did 2 mock trials. We did 3 mock trials. 2 with me not taking the stand during the hog deal, and 1 with me taking the stand. And the 2 that I did not take the stand, we got our asses handed to us. Bad.
And that was the criminal stuff.
And and the one that I took the stand and just was, I killed him, the hog. I mean, I didn't, but the hunter did. Yes, I did.
And no one takes a stand in a criminal case, ever.
And I did.
Yes, you did.
And so anyway, Tim Sabian just sent me this. And it's a guy, I don't know who he is, but it's called Jocktober.
Yeah, Rhett and I saw it the other day.
Yeah, we found this a couple weeks ago.
And Rhett, I got to tell you, Rhett, a lot of this is really, really because of you.
Is this on YouTube, Brett? Can I find it?
Yeah, so this guy, he goes through basically all of the big shock jocks that are on YouTube.
Well, he goes through basically the.
I sent you the. I sent you the.
You did, because I sent it to you.
Yeah, I got it.
To send to me.
I want to watch it tonight.
We can watch it right now.
Is it a lot of how long?
A little bit of it. It's pretty long.
Well, I'm going to watch the whole thing.
And I do want you to watch the whole thing. And this guy, Rhett, he basically goes through what? Let me see. Opie and Anthony, Howard Stern, myself, and Mancow. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And he basically says which one of these guys are still. I don't know if it's relevant or just still.
I remember it's kind of how they're doing their
how we are
using the YouTube machine correctly.
Right.
Oh, interesting.
And it's a competition.
It's a YouTube channel review, basically from top to bottom.
Right, and he reviews Howard's YouTube presence, Mancow's YouTube presence, Opie individually, Anthony individually, myself individually, and Howard individually. So those are the people that are in the competition. We're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's me I'm going against Opie, Anthony, Stern, and Mancow.
Right.
And never in a million years. This makes me and Rhett, I'm telling you, I don't know if you know this, but this is directly on you. I can promote and do the show and that's my part of this equation. And Anna, your part is to help produce this show and be a co-host. And Lummy, same as Anna. We all have our responsibilities around here. But how we present ourselves digitally, Rhett, that's pretty much what you do, right? That's your number one job.
Yeah, my number one job here is the YouTube channel and our video content.
So when you saw this, you got to tell me right now that this didn't tickle the cuckles of your heart.
Oh, yeah. I got really excited. I texted Lummy. I texted our buddy Gary Cantrell, who's also really up to speed with the YouTube nerd stuff. He helps us out.
I came in and we were watching. I was like, Rhett, this guy really put you over.
Yeah, I'm like,
that's awesome.
We never win nothing.
No.
Like, okay, honest to God, if I was thinking about, who won this, it's kind of like a little contest. And I would think that Howard would be first, and maybe Anthony second, us third, and then Mancow and Opie. But we win. Mm-hmm. This guy actually says, and he breaks it down so brilliantly. Let me just play a little bit of it for you.
What worked?
Now, Rhett, Lummy or somebody, should we repurpose this and let our audience? We need to let our audience watch this.
I think we can definitely share the link. I don't know if we can repurpose it. We'll throw it.
I don't mean repurpose it as that we own it, but tag it or share it. And can we share it so that our audience can find it?
Yes.
Okay. So can we do that? Let's do that if we could.
All right.
But here's a little bit from this guy, and Rhett, I am so proud of you guys.
Thank you.
I am so proud of you guys. Everybody. I really am. Anna and your show, he credits your show to getting some traction and just it's this guy's really Lummy, I'd like to get a hold of this guy and personally thank him for the favorable and fair review. If we could get this guy's info.
Yeah.
1999 is not going to work in 2024. If you spent any time in a car in the 1990s, you knew what a shock jock was. Before everybody had a podcast, people like Howard Stern, Opie and Anthony, Mancow, Bubba the Love Sponge, these guys ruled the airwaves and they were also the kings of controversy. Because of FCC crackdowns, shock jocks were no more. And while the official YouTube channels for most of these shock jocks aren't doing much of anything, interest in these shows are at an all-time high. Taking a look at these monthly searches, these guys could be regaining their footing and possibly reaching those same heights that they hit in the 90s and early 2000s. So
isn't this awesome?
Yes.
Yeah, this is
I'm getting excited right now.
Anna, have you seen this?
No, I haven't.
Oh, yeah, this is very much a thank you and pat on each and every person that works here back.
But it's also a testament to what you've done over the last 5 years when you have been, banned from broadcast radio, where you've reinvented yourself before anybody else did.
I know. And you know what? And again, I know this is a broken record, Anna, and I know that I reverse engineer this all the time, and that we are now officially recognized as really, really killing it digitally, but I still have some unfinished business terrestrially in Tampa.
Yes, we do.
I really do. And you know what? For me, I don't understand how these scaredy cat companies in Tampa wouldn't say, listen, let's put them back on. Let's put them back on.
Give them 90 days. Give them 90 days. That's all you need.
Give me 90 days.
You'll go
put him
top
back
5
on.
in 90 days. I would predict number 1 in 90 days.
I would be like the Power Pig, and I would be number 1 in 90 days. But because I'm so heavily blackballed for God knows whatever.
Don't pay him for 90 days. Pay him back pay after 91 days.
No. I'd give it to him for free.
The first 90 for free?
No, for the first year.
What?
Yep.
Okay, I got to negotiate for you.
No, you're not. No.
Okay, whatever you say.
Here we go.
Over. We're going to take a look at the...
So if I've been recognized as doing it the very best digitally, and I'm available in the city that made me famous, that's literally like saying Tom Brady is calling the Bucks to want to go back and play another year or two.
Yeah.
For free!
It'd be national news.
And they would say, can you imagine if the Glazer, I'm sorry, Tom, we're going to stick with Baker. And hold on.
Like USF.
But see, Tom, we can't afford you.
We don't want Dion.
No, we can't afford you, Tom. This is Tom. I'm giving it to you for free. I'll play the rest of this year and next year for free.
Nah,
we're gonna go ahead and stick with 9 rock records an hour with AJ and Crash. We're gonna go ahead and stick with those people. Who? Yeah, we're gonna stick with them. You got Bubba Brady ready to come in and absolutely dominate. But you're so afraid of my whatever you're afraid of. You know, and half of what you're afraid of is not even true. There are so many made-up rumors about, oh, yeah, I heard one time Bubba did this, and he's hard to work with, and he has to have his own place. Oh, okay.
Official YouTube channels for Howard Stern, Opie Hughes, Anthony Cumia, Bubba the Love Sponge, and Mancow Muller. And we'll see who is the last shock jock standing.
So this is super cool.
I like it.
Who is, and Lummy, I'm just going to go ahead and do a spoiler alert.
Yeah.
He picks us as the best, and it's not because this guy likes me or anything. He goes by, and Red, I think you'd agree, he very much has a template and a scoring system and parameters that he uses to make us. He's just not because we're his favorite.
Well,
it's data-driven?
Yes.
It's data-driven. It's all based off of what works on YouTube. So he goes over how, even though Howard Stern has, over 1 million subscribers, he's maybe not uploading the best schedule-wise or playlist-wise or the content he makes available, the SEO stuff that goes into it, the thumbnails, the titles, the descriptions,
the
tags,
comments, the response time back on a comment.
I got the times.
Right, this is all stuff that is imperative to making sure you grow and actually see progress on YouTube. Like this is a guy who gets it.
Knowing the platform.
Do you want the times?
Yeah, let me go to words, Lummy, and you gonna text me or what do you want to just holler me out?
Okay. Right.
Holler me out the times, and we'll close with this. Okay, perfect.
For those scoring at home, we've been heat-free for 17 minutes.
I can't hear, so right down in the center this time.
Bubba the Love Sponge returns after this.
All right, what are the times?
For the homepage, 4 minutes and 33 seconds.
Okay.
For the thumbnail, 7 minutes and 42 seconds.
Okay.
For the shorts, 11 minutes and 10 seconds.
Okay.
For the live view, 12 minutes and 18 seconds.
Okay.
For the comments, 14 minutes and 38 seconds.
Okay.
For the graphs, the Shock Jock does it best, 16 minutes and 23 seconds.
Okay.
And then for the keywords, 18 minutes and 27 seconds.
Okay. Now, is that us or where he sets up the parameter?
That's us.
Okay.
It goes right to us.
That was impressive, Lummy.
How did you do that, Lummy?
That was impressive. I thought you just go into the thumbnail sections of each of those things.
Lummy, did you have help?
No, just me.
And it's not just starting each section?
Yeah. Yeah, I went to where we were at.
So this guy gets hundreds of thousands of views, huh? Compound Media. Interesting.
What? Wait.
The guy that's doing the reviews.
No. Compound Media is one of our competitions.
Oh.
Right?
Yes. Compound Media is Anthony.
They who run Opie and Anthony?
It's this.
Because I was looking at this, the guy who did the post.
No, it's this. I got it right here.
Yeah, it's not that many. How many followers does that have? Not a ton.
It's okay, we could drive traffic to it.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta start somewhere, you know?
I was going to put him over.
Mm-hmm. No doubt. That's the video.
That's what was funny about the Skinny, the podcast he did for the driving show.
TV, yep.
Is if you look at all the other videos and you see how many likes, how many views they are, they're all like 150, 250, 300, maybe on the high side. I think his was like 3,800 last night.
Oh,
just
yeah.
A couple of
That's
weeks.
fantastic.
It's basically like 10 times or more what the average viewing is. But it's shocking that people get a podcast with you've always got a couple hundred people streaming live at the moment, and then you usually have, maybe 100 or so.
Yeah.
And then
Well,
usually you get, 1,000 or 2
You
within 24 hours.
You want to put on the podcast?
Yeah, like
it usually gets about 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which just smokes those guys.
Yeah, I know.
They got
But it's like it's part of the brand.
Of course.
So that helps for sure.
Well, and his replays on Rumble get, anywhere between 16 and 20 something.
Oh, yeah.
And, Dan Bigtree only got about Deltree only gets like fucking 30,
Yeah.
25, 30. So, yeah, people like the content.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even if it's just one guy's opinion, I mean that's awesome. That he's, especially if he's taking the time to go through all the data and.
Yeah.
That's awesome. You think this baby's got a big ass head?
Let me see.
Mm-hmm. It's Paris Hilton's
Yes.
son, and she posted this, and everyone's like, "Your kid's got a big old fucking head."
My kid had a big head.
Like that though?
Not quite that big.
That's pretty big.
Like, if you look at the amount above the eyeballs,
Yeah.
and like the amount below the eyeballs, it's almost half his head. See what I'm saying?
Oh, it's like more.
If you like,
Yeah.
if you think, just do a square of that. Yeah.
Big
I used to
old-
just tell my kid, big head, big brain.
Big head, big brain.
Big feet, big hug.
That's what they say.
Say big hands, that's Donald Trump.
Yep.
Did you ever see
Apparently he
that?
doesn't have big hands.
Did you ever
That's
see
what
that
Joe
video
Rogan
though of
said.
him in the debate talking about hand size?
Oh yeah.
That's just so
It was
unbelievable.
little
That
Marco
was
Rubio or something.
unbelievable.
Yeah, I remember that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Sorry, HS, Bubba Fan 69. I don't do much Opie and Anthony watching.
I watch a little bit of Opie. I mean Anthony, not Opie. Anthony's pretty fucking funny.
I'll have to take that out, or check that out, Michael Wildner.
Ooh. My God.
Florida actually comes out in December.
Michael Waldner, how's Penelope Cruz look now? I would imagine she aged well.
Stunning.
Yeah.
Same with Salma Hayek.
Yeah, they were beautiful at 30, and they were beautiful at 50. Like,
They age well.
Catherine Zeta-Jones was incredible.
Oh, yeah.
She's still gorgeous.
She's married to Michael Douglas.
Yeah.
Michael Douglas hasn't aged too well.
What's that?
Oh yeah, Michael Douglas has not
He's a
aged well
kid.
at all.
He's like 100.
He needs to go see
He's
Dan
100.
immediately. He's so good to see Dan immediately.
Yes.
I apologize for interrupting your regular program.
Yo, Power Break. Oh. Should hit these with everything we got, sir.
Living vicariously through his bizarre world.
Imagine how much protein's in my body.
This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today's after show on Twitch, twitch.tv /@TheBubbaArmy. This guy, what's the website?
Video. 1 second, sorry.
SEO Club.
Yep. Video SEO Club.
And he did this thing called The Last Shock Jock Standing.
Jocktober.
It's pretty well produced. It really is. And Tim Sabian sent this to me.
Nice.
And you and Red had already seen it.
Yeah.
Were you guys ever going to mention it to me?
We were, but then you got sick and everything, so
okay.
it kind of went in the back burner.
Okay. Well, thank you.
No problem.
And Rhett, great job. Let's get let's repurpose this and let the Bubba Army watch it.
Will do.
Yeah. And then in the comment section, maybe follow and subscribe follow and subscribe this guy and let it be known.
Like his video.
Like his video and let him be know that you're hashtag the Bubba Army. That will further, validate what this guy's saying, I think, in my opinion.
Updated was 4 years ago.
So he goes and through all of me, Man Cow, Opie, Anthony, and Howard, and he goes through each one of our YouTube pages. And let me, he has what categories?
Homepage. Thumbnails.
Okay, so right now we're dealing with homepage. This is who does the best homepage. Now he's scoring us, right?
Yes.
Here we go.
Anthony has all of his outbound social links and how to subscribe to Compound Media. 30 million views, going since 2014. Take a look at Bubba the Love Sponge. So when you get to Bubba's page, not a crazy banner. It has where you can find them, but no frequency details. Looks like the last time he updated his YouTube trailer was 6 months ago. He does have his links here front and center. Top playlist is just the most recent videos. He's titling these pretty well. See here we got some past live streams, so at least Bubba's using the live feature on YouTube. Most popular video is a pimple popping video. So
JD Cakes is Blackhead Sisk Willie.
Interesting. This is a smart playlist, celebrity interviews. Bubba was known to be friends with Hulkster. I'm sure you know about that. So he's got some different clips about that here. And he's got some old stunts that he used to pull back in the good old shock jock days. But a lot of these videos are over 5 years old. He's got all of his social links here. Been active on the platform since 2015. 42 million views.
Wow.
All right, let's take a look at Mancow.
So hold on.
Mancow is actually the only channel that has any type of frequency.
Views, Bubba?
Yeah. We got more than that now. Hold on.
Wow. Which is good if he actually followed it. It doesn't look like he goes live quite as often as he advertises up there, but he does have his Instagram link.
All right, so he basically says Mancow does not do a very good job.
No.
And then what's the next category, Lummy?
Thumbnails.
So here's thumbnails.
You like doesn't always matter if it doesn't align with what your viewers like. So we'll check out some of Bubba's thumbnails here. He's got the white outline thing going, but they are topical to what they're about. They do stand out by having that white outline. Could be working for Bubba. A lot of these videos have over 1,000 views. This is weird, though, that his morning show has always got the same thumbnail. That's a misstep, in my opinion. Well, like we already
That was just
said,
kind of a one-time thing.
And we fixed that, have we not?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Mancow hasn't uploaded a ton of videos.
All right, so that's Mancow. Now, what's the next?
Shorts.
Shorts.
Yes.
All right, let me see. I go. Boom. This is the next category. Shorts.
He's getting started, and it'll probably help him grow that channel if he sticks with it. So from the looks of it, Bubba's got quite a few shorts here already. Andre the Giant, 7.4 million. Yeah. Hogan and the Warrior, 5.7. So he's got a lot here that have over 1 million views. Looks like if Bubba decides to keep putting up the celebrity shorts like Howard does, he should probably do well. Well, Mancow definitely has much less volume than all the other
All right, so I'm not going to play. I mean, this would be an opportunity for you guys to go through all of how he grades it all out. I'm just going to our spots. Here we go. What's the next category, Lummy?
Live stream.
Live stream.
Is a bad idea. So it looks like the Bubba YouTube channel goes live pretty regularly. Almost daily, it looks like, and he's doing pretty good. He's getting a lot of views here. He's got some topical thumbnails. It's not just Bubba sitting in front of a microphone.
Right.
See, these two thumbnails are pretty much the same thing. He did receive decent views on both of them. Like whenever this girl Anna goes live.
This girl Anna. Hello, it's this girl Anna.
It looks like it's the same thumbnail. I don't
Good thumbnail, by the way, on her.
think he's too concerned about that. He's doing pretty good with the live page on his YouTube channel. So on the Mancow channel.
All right, boom. Say Lummy, and then what's the next?
Comments.
Comments?
Yes.
All right, let me see. So that's 1438. Here we go.
I got to imagine you're super high volume with the amount of Bubba listeners that are in like the chat all day, the whole time you're watching.
Oh, I think so. Here we go.
Comments on his videos. So he does have a pinned comment here, which is Vince Russo's response to
This is us, by the way.
Looks like he's got one reply here, and he engaged here as well. Someone did. I can't believe it. Bubba's actually in the comments on his channel. 2 years ago, 21,000 views. Did Mancow reply to any of this? Mancow actually replied.
All right, so I think we got scored there.
Yep.
What's the next one, Lummy?
It's the statistics, the chart that he shows up.
Okay, here we go.
Are actually watching it. Bubba's doing pretty good. He was able to get 1.7 million views last month, 2,200 new subscribers, and he put out 76 videos. Bubba's hustling, man. Mancow's stats are pretty bad.
See, I get it. Isn't this so awesome?
Go back a little bit. What'd you say? 1,700,000 per month?
Oh, we regularly do 2.5 to 3 million views a month.
That's incredible.
Just on YouTube.
Yeah, 1.7 is kind of a weak month for us.
That's kind of a weak month.
Sorry, guys.
All right, and then finally, what's the final category, Lummy?
Keywords 1825.
Copy Anthony's thumbnail style.
Yeah, right here.
Not seeing anything for Compound Media yet. So finally we see something here from Compound Media. Way down there. All these other clip channels are taking advantage of Anthony not being very...
And Lummy, this is why all the people here locally hate me.
Yeah, no doubt.
This is where they need to be.
They can't figure it out.
And they can't, no.
Active.
Well, they can't figure it out, and they don't own their own library.
Yeah.
YouTube.
Well, Rhett's job would be a lot harder without you.
For his name all day.
Brad wouldn't have a job without me.
I'm understanding.
Bubba the Love Sponge
today
is
I'm
holding
Brad's
it down
mom.
here.
Like Pity.
Brad's mom.
Pity wouldn't have a job without you.
Here he's got the Bubba Army
Here we go.
channel. He's got all of his videos here at the very top. Yeah, this is all Bubba. I'll give it to him. Granted, not as many people are searching up Bubba the Love Sponge as they are Opie and Anthony or Howard Stern. He is controlling his branded SEO. The only other one is a podcast he did with Danny Jones here. So I'm actually pretty surprised. Mancow.
So let me, where does it announce the winner?
He kind of goes through it a lot, like the end of it.
Right here?
You have to like the end, but it's kind of a long, like it doesn't just say Bubba.
Oh, yeah, he does.
Oh, then I didn't see
A lot
that.
of Howard Stern, the Opie and Anthony crew, Mancow, and Bubba the Love Sponge. Howard's not out there hustling on YouTube trying to make money, so I disqualify him from the running for last shock jock standing. But of the remaining 4, I'd have to say the last shock jock standing is Bubba the Love Sponge.
There it is.
Bubba's hustling pretty hard on YouTube. Really, the main reason that I'm saying he's the last jock standing is he never really changed his show a whole lot. Mancow has gone hard conservative, Kumi has gone far right, and Opie has gone pretty liberal. Whatever their political leanings were during the height of the shock jock era is really unknown to the audience because their shows weren't political. And I'd say Bubba's really the last guy who hasn't gotten really political on his shows. Can't be as shocking as he once was. I'd say Bubba the Love Sponge, last man standing. He's the last shock jock in America. If you'd like for me to take a look at your YouTube channel,
can
go
you
ahead and leave a
believe
comment.
that?
I love it.
Is that not awesome? Stand by.
Really
hold on.
unknown to the audience because their shows weren't political. And I'd say Bubba's really the last guy who hasn't gotten really political on his shows. Can't be as shocking as he once was. I'd say Bubba the Love Sponge, last man standing. He's the last shock jock in America.
Boom.
Nice.
Boom.
We're not political? Does he listen to our show?
He says we're not political, we're not political. All
right.
We are political, but we're, you know what? We're fairly political. We do both sides.
I think we're pretty political.
I think we're pretty cynical, not political. That's what we're going with.
I think you just question everything.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
We think everything sucks.
Guy who hasn't gotten really political on his shows. Can't be as shocking as he once was. I'd say
so. If we're not political, they're really political because we're kind of political, but we're still shocking.
Bubba the Love Sponge, last man standing. He's the last shock jock in America. If you'd like for me to
Thank you to everybody. Make sure you follow our YouTube channel. It would have been so much cooler, Lummy, if he would have said Andy had over 100,000 subscribers. We're about 4,000 away from that. YouTube.com/ or search at the Bubba Army. We'll be live on Twitch in 20 minutes. Love you guys.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummox,
co-host Anna Hummel,
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer. Exactly. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repay